Good morning. I'm Brenda Haynes, and I'm the current board president from the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And it's my pleasure to welcome you to Co-op Grow Up Live. Over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we will be live streaming from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. We're doing something that no startup food co-op has ever done before, bringing you a 2-day live stream to tell you about our efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. And over the next 2 days, you're going to meet some of the local growers, producers, and member owners who are behind this effort. And we want to also invite you over the next 2 days to join us. Anyone who joins this hour between 10 and 11 a.m. this morning is eligible. If you're one of the first 6 members, you'll receive a pound of coffee from Planet Perk. And thank you to the folks over at Planet Perk for supporting this effort. We'll also be heading over to Planet Perk in a little bit to talk with Ken Osmond, the owner, about how to make a perfect pour-over coffee. So that's coming up. Stay tuned. Again, the incentive for joining this hour is if you're one of the first 6 member owners to join, you'll receive a pound of coffee from Planet Perk. And if you are someone who joins any time this weekend between now and 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, you'll be entered to win a gift basket that has a value of more than $400. So we'll tell you more about what's in that gift basket later on. So stay tuned for that. Now, we started our morning with 1,345 members, and we were delighted to have already added 1 new member to our member count. So we've added her name to our member board today, and we're happy to welcome Katie S. from Neenah. Thank you so much for joining us. If you do join today, we'll be happy to add you to the member board, as well as adding you to our member tally. We have, as I mentioned, 1,346 members now, and we are trying to get to 1,500 before we open our community-owned grocery store in Oshkosh's Central City. So stay tuned. We're hoping to add some more folks to that member count throughout the weekend. Again, we'll be live streaming today from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Now, you may be wondering, what is a community-owned grocery store and what is this project all about? We are trying to locate a 4,500 square foot retail store at the corner of Jackson and Pearl in Oshkosh. And the purpose of the project really is threefold. We want to strengthen the local food economy by sourcing goods locally. So that's why you'll meet some of our local growers and producers. We want to promote health by locating a grocery store with healthy food options in the Central City. And we also want to build community. We envision the food co-op becoming the community's kitchen table. And so we're very excited about this project and excited to help you meet some of the people who are behind it. Our location, as I mentioned, will be at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh. We're planning about 4,500 square feet of retail. Now, if you're interested in learning more, you can always visit our website, which is www.oshkoshfoodcoop.com /join if you are interested in joining. So oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. And there are 2 ways that you can join. You can become a member with a single payment of $180, or you can join in over 18 months and pay $11 a month. So we've got 2 different payment options for you if you're interested in becoming a member, and we certainly hope that's something that you'll consider. If you are one of our member owners and you're watching this live stream, we'd love for you to click on this little video that is streaming and share. Tag any potential friends, family members, neighbors who you've maybe mentioned this project to and invite them to join this weekend. Again, we've got some great incentives lined up. We've got a grand prize basket drawing at the end of the weekend. And of course, you get the pride of knowing that you're helping bring this project to Oshkosh. Again, if you're interested in learning more, www.oshkoshfoodcoop.com /join. Our first guest this morning is Natalie Johnson. Natalie is one of our member owners and actually helped us concept the idea for Co-op Grow Up Live. So Natalie, welcome to Co-op Grow Up Live. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks a lot, Brenda. I'm really excited about this project.
Well, tell us, how did this idea come about? You were part of the creative inspiration behind it. So how did this come about?
Well, so actually way back when we didn't even know anything about a pandemic coming, back at the start of 2020, my husband and I always around the new year think about what projects we want to support in the coming year. And we're Thrivent members. And through Thrivent, you can apply for Titan Action Team grants, which are little seed money grants of $250 to support projects, service projects, fundraising events, educational events that are important to the community, something that maybe is close to your heart. And in the past, we've supported Mid-Morning Kiwanis, Trinity Episcopal Church, Bird Fest, the Day by Day Warming Shelter, and around that time, I believe the capital campaign for the Oshkosh Food Co-op was being talked about, and we've been members for a while. We're we're within the first 500. We're 400 something.
Bravo.
So, and we had gone to a grow up a number of years ago. But we were thinking, what should we support this year? And so we thought we'd go ahead and use one of our Thrive in Action Team grants to support a capital campaign. Well, little did we know that that would all, go crazy with the pandemic world, and we weren't able to work on an event to support that we had planned to. So then a few months went by, and we really thought, well, the grant should go for what it was intended, which was the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And so I started reaching out to guys and saying, what should we do instead? And so that's how this kind of started. We started talking, and you guys were brainstorming, what should we do next? And usually, right, you have an in-person, all the others have been in-person.
They have. We've always
member
gathered.
owner grow-ups.
Exactly.
Where you invite folks who you think you want to join this awesome project. And so then it came about, well, should we do something live? And I think that came about with maybe you and Liz, and a few people started talking about it.
And the idea was born. You're exactly right. I think that is how it came about. Your inspiration challenged us to rethink how we might do a co-op grow-up event. So thank you for that. Now, you mentioned your member owner early in the process. Can you tell us a little bit about what got you excited about this project, Natalie?
I've always believed in like the co-op idea. We lived in Madison when we went to school, so we are familiar with what co-ops are all about. And I'm also have a good interest, a true interest in the downtown area and the issues of food scarcity and food deserts, that kind of thing. And I actually am a member at Trinity Episcopal Church, and we are close to the downtown, close to Central City. With our effort there, we are right across the street on Algoma from the Christine Ann Center, and just a couple blocks down from Main Street. And we support a Loaves and Fishes project that feeds the hungry every other Saturday. And that is actually one of the other projects I've used this money for in the past, this grant. And so that sort of solidified our wanting to be involved even more in a food co-op. And I was always really concerned. I think I probably would email you maybe once every year or 6 months, or ask you like, where is it going to be located? Because I was really hoping that it would be located somewhere downtown in Central City kind of area. And you always were assuring me that that's where it was meant to be. And so I'm so excited about the location. Even I've actually moved to North Fond du Lac now, but I still am very supportive of, having something down there in that area to support everybody who lives and works in that area.
And we've heard that from you. We've heard that from many other members, that the location at the corner of Jackson and Pearl is a great location. It will have the ability to hopefully help people who live, work, play downtown to have a co-op nearby. And of course, it's walkable, it's bikeable, it's on the bus line, it's a block and a half from the river, so you could boat in if you wanted. We really think the location is going to be a great location. And of course, we're close to UW Oshkosh, so we're also hoping students will be able to take advantage of the location as well. I think your interest in the downtown is one that is shared among many of our member owners. And thank you, Natalie, and thank you to Thrivent. I guess I'd like to just quickly, in the last minute here that we have, there are a lot of Thrivent members out there. What would you say to Thrivent members who might be considering or learning more about the co-op?
Oh, I'd say you have to join. It's perfect as far as for your own self and for the community. It fits right in with the values and connection to community that Thrivent believes in. And yeah, I would say you need to join today and get some super exciting incentives along the way.
Awesome. Oh, well, thank you. With that, I should mention again that anyone who joins between 10 and 11 a.m. Will, if you're one of the first 6 members to join between 10 and 11 a.m., we've got a pound of coffee for you from Planet Perk. And thank you to Planet Perk. And Natalie, thank you to Thrivent. Thrivent has provided some financial sponsorship for this project, and we're very grateful to them, and certainly to you for helping us get this idea rocking and rolling. So we appreciate you joining us this morning, and we appreciate you kicking this off.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm hoping we have a really good weekend.
We're hoping the same. So thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us this morning, Natalie.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to go live to Alex Hummel, who is with our farmers market leader, Michelle Schmid. Michelle is one of our member owners. Of course, I would be crazy not to mention that one of the places that you can join this morning, if you are interested, is at the Oshkosh Food Co-op booth at the farmers market. And if you're curious about that giant gift basket that we have for our grand prize drawing, you can actually see it at the booth. So if you are looking around and you want to see what that gift basket is like, please head down to our food co-op booth and check that out. All right, Alex Hummel is with Michelle Schmid at the market. Good morning, Alex. Good morning, Michelle. Take it away. What's happening at the market today? Alex, I don't think we're hearing your audio. Can we just double check and make sure that we've got your audio? This is live. We're doing something we've never done before, so there's a likelihood that we may run into some technical difficulties. Alex, we are definitely not hearing your audio, so if you can just do a quick mic check, and while we do that, I will remind everyone that we've got a pound of coffee from Planet Perk this morning for anyone who joins us this morning between 10 and 11 a.m. Alex and Michelle are down at the Oshkosh Farmers Market at the Food Co-op booth this morning. And we'll be checking in with them to see what's happening to see what's happening at the co-op booth. I'm very excited to tell you that we started the morning with 1,345 members, and we've already added Katie S. from Neenah to our membership count. So that is really exciting news. We're up to 1,346 members, and we'll continue to measure that count as we go. Just checking in, Alex, to see if you've got audio at this point. I'm still not able to hear you, so no, I'm sorry, I'm not. All right, well, as we said, live, anything can happen this morning, so we are definitely, and there we go, now I'm hearing some audio.
Can you hear me now, Brenda?
Yes, we can.
Hey, okay, guess what? I'm going to do a little, we're going to have Michelle stay distanced but close so that she can use my microphone as I'm wearing it here. So Michelle,
Okay.
I'm just going to drop that there.
Right.
This is live video, live web. Come on in. It's a little bit closer. I think you can you hear Michelle okay, Brenda?
Can you hear
We
me?
can. Yes. Good morning,
Okay,
Michelle. It's nice to see you.
Let's do this. Let's
do
talk.
this.
Let's
We'll
talk farmers
right-
market.
Yeah, we'll talk farmers market.
Okay, we are here. It's a glorious day, Brenda. I mean, you could not ask for a better October fall day at the Oshkosh Farmers Market. The sun just rose above over the Main Street Canyon as Michelle and I were talking, and people are turning out. It's another beautiful day.
It is another beautiful day at the farmers market. There's still 70 some vendors down here in October, which
Wow.
is, no different than any other year. So yeah, it's a great day at the farmers market. There's still a lot to have, a lot to find, a lot of produce, pumpkins, flowers, great food. Still the same old farmers market.
Awesome.
With a few changes, obviously.
Well, and we want the community to be safe, and
Right,
and so
exactly.
if we do some smart, simple things, it seems like, and this has been kind of the culture that you've created and cultivated all summer long.
We did. We tried to. The community really needed their farmers market this year. I mean, we are a traditional resource for nutritionally, locally based food. And in order to do that, I worked very closely with the city of Oshkosh and the Winnebago County Health Department. And we came up with some methods and devices and protocols in order for everyone to be able to come out and be able to enjoy a safe environment and feel like they can shop.
Awesome. That's great. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Oh, you know what? It's worth it. I love the farmers market. All my vendors have just stepped up to the plate to do everything that they can to make sure that the community stays safe.
That's great. Let me talk a little bit about the evolution of the farmers market, because it has gone from a pretty small operation in the last several years to now one of the most recognized and celebrated farmers markets in the country.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that.
I
but
would.
Thank you. Yeah, the farmers market has evolved into quite the community event. We started off as a local farmers market event. Our 20th anniversary is next year.
Wow.
And behind, right now we are in front of Kits and File. We were in the Kits and File parking lot 20 years ago with maybe a dozen or so vendors. And then we morphed to City Hall and we kind of bounced around a little. But when we moved to Main Street, it just blossomed from that point on. It's due to the support of the community, all the businesses, all of our sponsors, all of our donors, and of course, all of our fabulous vendors.
Right.
Without them, we could not have a farmers market. And without the community support, we would not have thrived like we have. So thanks, everyone.
Well, thank you. And thank you for letting the Oshkosh Food Co-op have a regular spot here at the farmers market, because I think it's fair to say, Brenda, it's been one of the most easy ways to engage with future member owners and get people recruited and actually part of the community that we're building as part of the food co-op. In fact, quick story, as Michelle and I were getting ready here to talk to you guys today, we had somebody come up and actually say, today's the day. I've been waiting 5 years. And I think people are starting to see the momentum and see the construction. And so there seems to be a little bit more like.
And that's a lot about what the farmers market's about too. I mean, we like to bring nonprofits, well, at the time you guys are nonprofit, come in, promote your organization, share with the community what you do. And that's what we want. We want a community event where we are a farmers market, but we just really want to know what kind of resources and things are available out there to the community. So it's just great to have you here.
Awesome. And talk a little bit about, if you would, how you see, and again, I know that there's no hard plans developed yet, but there's going to be a pretty nice collaborative spirit between the co-op and the farmers market.
The farmers market and the co-op is a complementary position for the community to have. So people can buy fresh and locally based items during the week at the co-op. They can come and enjoy and have an event outdoors on a Saturday morning. Whatever they can't find here, they can go to the co-op. Whatever they can't find at the co-op during the week, they can come here. I just see it being a complementary and a collaborative situation for everyone, and it's truly going to benefit the community.
Awesome. And kind of, I guess in one way, it's already, the symbiosis is already in place. Is we've got a lot of vendors here along the Main Street row of vendors who are member owners already.
Correct.
They're already seeing the benefit.
They're already seeing the benefit and the potential of being member owners, maybe hopefully someday selling their goods through the co-op. I mean, I really enjoy seeing your member owners and my vendors growing their businesses where they can have multiple resources to move all the great things that they grow.
Yeah, that will be a fantastic day, won't it? When you can actually, it's sort of
you can actually make a living farming instead of it just being a hobby.
Well, and that's one of the big ideas is this notion of sustainability, and that, beyond a Saturday during growing season, that you've got something additional that you can help to carry you forward.
Besides restaurants, and this is just one more resource to help support sustainable agriculture. So very happy it's coming to town.
Awesome. Have you been pretty satisfied with turnout this season, given all the challenges we faced?
I have been. It's there's been some challenges, but the general public has come out. Early on, we had some social distancing issues, but people have learned to shop throughout the day. Instead of everybody coming between 10:30 and 12, they're now coming between 7:30 and 12:30. So we're seeing a nice distribution of the crowd. So I have to hats off to both my vendors and the community for making this work and keeping everyone safe.
That's awesome. One thing I love about the farmers market too is, we're here at the co-op booth again today, live with Michelle, the market manager, and thanks for joining us again, Michelle. People walk by and they're saying hi as we're talking here. We have so many. It's friendly. We have friends.
Yes,
we have a community that we've built here, not only through the farmers market but through the co-op.
And that's part of the joy of coming out to this particular farmers market, because you get to see your friends and neighbors. You get to say hi. Yes, you can't do what you used to do in the past, but it's still that friendly. It's still some familiarity of the way things used to be.
Yeah, awesome.
Even though it's not anything close to that, it's still the one thing that can bring people out this year.
Okay, quick question for you, Michelle. There's a lot of Main Street left. And I know we've got a really vibrant, big farmers market, but do you ever see it growing, evolving?
No, absolutely not.
What's the future look like?
What the future looks like, I think we're going to continue to support the vendors that we have.
Yeah.
Because people retire and move on.
Right.
We'll continue to support sustainable agriculture. We'll welcome new producers. As producers move out of the area, we'll welcome them. But as far as expanding the farmers market, I don't see a lot of that. Possibly a weekday market at the co-op.
Ooh, hey, interesting. Like that idea. Okay.
So, but as far as expanding on Main Street, I just don't see that right now.
Yeah.
Limited resources is part of that also.
Right. There's a lot of volunteer muscle that needs to go into this.
Yeah, well, in the COVID year, it's me and another guy and two other girls.
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's a lot of work and a lot of coordination. But it seems like in the going on 10 years that we've been celebrating and sharing in this place, we figured a lot of things out, how to make it work even more smoothly, and the police and the public safety officials just helping us make sure it's a good place.
Yeah, and it's a friendly place, and people want to help. So I mean, it's this year's definitely had a lot of challenges, but and if we take this year out of the picture, people just help.
Yeah.
They just step in and help. They want the farmers market to go. So we have a nice pool of volunteers. We keep that going, but to ask people to volunteer even more hours to make this even bigger, I think at this point would be a challenge. I guess never say never.
Right.
I guess if I had a 50 or 60 vendor waiting list, then I guess we could talk about it. But since I don't have a 50 or 60 vendor waiting list, I think the market's going to stay 2 blocks as it is.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, we're not going to push you too hard here. I wanted to talk to you too about the vendors you do have, because you have such an incredible, diverse selection, especially this time of the year. We've got apple growers, we've got obviously produce, we've got flowers, we've got meat, we've got people, different kinds of foods from different culture. I mean, it seems like we've done a great job. Yeah, melting pot. Yeah.
Melting pot here.
Yeah, and that's been intentional too.
I don't know if it's been intentional, but we welcome everyone, and we make it. I don't want to say we make it easy, but we make it so everyone can vend. We found interpreters to work with those language barrier issues we have. We have different vendors throughout the market that have dual language abilities.
Yeah.
So we utilize those capabilities for us to bring other vendors in from all of those different ethnic backgrounds. So it just all works. I mean, everybody wants to participate. Everybody wants to make the market go. Everybody wants to get their mom or their aunt or their uncle in there. So, we just find ways to make things work and welcome everyone.
It seems like too, and beyond the shopping for produce and, stocking your fridge for the week, people do make it kind of an event. Like, it's part of your weekend. I got to stop down there.
Well, and I know when new food vendors come in, I always encourage them to do like smaller portions, because people literally like to graze the market.
Yeah.
They'll go have an egg roll, then they'll go have a taco,
Ooh.
and then they'll have a crepe, and then they'll have a
Caribbean. Yeah.
So I always encourage the vendors, yes, offer your meals, but I would have a lot of items on your menu that people can graze, because that's what they do. They like to come to the farmers market and literally graze from one end to the other.
I love that. Graze the market.
Graze the
That's a
market.
T-shirt in the making if I ever heard one right there. So
Yeah, in a non-COVID year, that's definitely a T-shirt. in the
yes,
making.
right. Again, but it does. I mean, we've got all these ideas and opportunities that keep
Yes.
bubbling up to make this
Yep.
an even more vibrant part of
Yep.
the community. So
Yep.
that's wonderful. Awesome. Brenda, let me just say, it keeps getting busier down here. Michelle, well done. And by the way, should I mention something about this beautiful prize basket, Brenda?
We would
that is
love
sitting-
it. Yes.
We have
please
got,
do,
and
Alex.
I'm scared to pan. I'm scared to pan to it, but maybe I can do, well, let's try this. Joe, our volunteer board member here, look at that. Can you see this? Can you see this basket?
Ooh, look at that.
It is huge, and it's got
They're
more than
gorgeous.
$400 worth of an amazing local product in it, and some other goodies in there too.
So
So
before we wrap up today, and I'm not sure when we're cutting off,
Yeah.
I just want to thank you for
Oh,
coming out to
thank
the
you.
farmers market. Thank you for highlighting us, and your congratulations on your co-op grow up today. And we look forward to continued success with both the co-op and the farmers market.
thank you, Michelle. We are so proud to have you as a leader down here and helping keep this going even through some of the toughest times we've all
Well,
experienced, doing it safely, doing it smartly, and supporting the mission.
We try every week. Every week we try as hard as we can.
Well, we're going to be great partners as a co-op
think
and as a
so.
market, so that's
So I
fantastic.
can't wait to open the doors.
All right. That's what I like.
We
That's
can't
what we like to
either.
hear. All
We
right,
love
Brenda. Brenda, I think that's what we've got for now. So we'll toss it back to you if that's okay.
That sounds perfect. Thanks so much, Alex, and thanks so much, Michelle. One of the questions we've gotten so often over the years is, what is the relationship between the farmers market and the food co-op going to be? And it's wonderful because we see a vision where we're collectively working to strengthen the local food economy. So really wonderful to be able to talk with Michelle Schmid, the farmers market manager, this morning about what's happening down at the market. If you haven't been down yet today, it is a gorgeous day outside, perfect day to go, as Michelle said, wander the market, start at one end, wander to the other, enjoy all the beautiful produce and goods that have been produced here locally. Really excited about the strength of our local farmers market, and certainly we see as a co-op many opportunities to partner in the future. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we did gain another member owner during that segment. So we want to give a special welcome to Jean C. Jean, thank you so much for joining us as one of the first 6 members to join this hour. Jean will receive a pound of coffee from Planet Perk. So Jean, thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, we are doing Co-op Grow Up Live this year, and Co-op Grow Up Live is a 2-day live stream member recruitment event where we are going to introduce you to some of the people who are behind the efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh, to Oshkosh's Central City, and we're doing that by introducing you to some of the local producers, local growers, and some of the other member owners who have a part in this project. We have special incentives each hour for anyone who joins the co-op this weekend. And as you just heard Alex and Michelle say, down at the farmers market, we've got a grand prize basket that we're giving away this weekend. And anyone who joins this weekend will be eligible to be entered to win that grand prize basket. The value of that basket is actually $432. And what's in there is absolutely amazing. We have gift certificates from Organic Valley. We've got a 6-pack donated by Bare Bones Brewery. We've got a bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes. We've got a bottle of Uncle Mike's maple syrup. We've got some Whistle Pig whiskey from the Howard. We've got a gift certificate to TJ's Highland Steakhouse, so you can head out there. We've got a beautiful handcrafted Oshkosh Food Co-op member wood plaque, as well as some other items, a bottle of wine from Gardina's, 2 shirts from Jazzercise, a gift certificate from Copper Hall, a new event venue, and some chocolate from Oaks. So a great lineup in that gift basket. Again, anyone who joins this weekend is eligible to be entered to win that beautiful gift basket, and the value of that package is $432. So we're hoping that a few of you will take advantage. You can join the food co-op if you've been waiting. If you've been one of the folks who has been waiting to do that, you can do that by going to oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join, and you can join in one of two ways. It's a $180 membership, and you can pay it all at once, or you can pay over 18 months, $11 a month. So we've got two different payment options for you. As I mentioned, if you're one of the first 6 members to join this hour, you will receive a pound of coffee from Planet Perk, and we have volunteers who are planning to ding and drop. That means they will drop this off at your house today. So if you're out of coffee and you want some delivered, a great way to do that is to join the co-op today. We'll ding and drop right to your doorstep. No contactless delivery. So we can do it in a distanced way. Next up, we're actually going to be going to Planet Perk. Now, I mentioned the coffee that today is courtesy Planet Perk, and we will be headed to Planet Perk to talk with owner Ken Osmond about making the perfect pour over. Jay Stofflet, one of our board members, is at Planet Perk. Jay, good morning.
Good morning, Brenda. Can you hear me?
We can. You sound great.
Awesome. So this is now video number 2, and we have audio. And I have
rocking
Ken
and rolling.
Here, and Ken is going to tell us a little bit about Planet Perk, and then he and his lovely assistant are going to show us how to make an amazing cup of coffee. So, Ken, tell us a little bit about why did you get into the coffee business, and what is Planet Perk really about?
Well, I wanted to have a business that tried to do as many good works in the community as possible. So I wanted to have a sustainable restaurant. For example, we're plastic free. We wanted to purchase more local items for our customers. So we have a 50-50 rule where 50% comes within 500 miles, 50% comes within 50 miles. And the food co-op fits right into that. And we just wanted to do things in the community like our National Dyslexia Awareness Month. We're giving away 1,000 books to kids. We're having nightly reading sessions, storytime sessions with notable people in the community reading. We have a free bookshelf over here for kids just to grab a book to take home. We have that 365. We encourage people to vote in support of their community. So we have a voter registration stand. 15% of our gross revenue goes towards local charities. So I wanted to build a business and prove that you could actually do good works in the community and still stay in business.
That's fantastic. And as someone who's coming in here a lot, I know you do a lot for the community in here. You've always got something going on trying to help somebody out there. So thank you very much for your involvement. And another thing that you've helped me out with is keeping me caffeinated, which hopefully I haven't had too much here so the camera doesn't get too shaky. But you're going to help us understand how to pour a really interesting type of way of making coffee here. Can you tell me this a little bit?
Sure. Well, Samantha is going to do a pour over. She's one of our managers, and the first step she's going to do is she's going to start prepping for brewing. So she's going to wet the filter, and basically what's happening here, she's trying to remove that paper taste out of the filter and to get any loose particulates out of it. So so we'll let that drain, and I'll go back. And so we just want to focus on the pure coffee taste. Ready to go? Yep. Okay, and then the next part she's going to do is she's going to make sure she gets the right cup in there that we're going to brew into. And she's got sort of a semi-coarse ground of coffee in here that she's going to put into the filter now that we have a nice clean one.
And where does that coffee come from, actually?
Well, we actually have 4 different coffee suppliers on a regular basis. We have Intelligentsia out of Chicago. We like them because of their environmental programs and what they do for local growers. It's direct trade coffee, so that's a big deal. We also sell Anodyne out of Milwaukee. We also do Ruby out of Nelsville, Wisconsin. And our newest grocer is Black and Bold. They're out of Des Moines, and 5% of every dollar of coffee they sell goes to help inner city kids, to help them out get jobs, housing programs, things like that.
That's fantastic. So coffee and community really kind of go together more than one
We
way.
do. There is no more human thing you can do than share a cup of coffee or break a piece of bread with another human being.
Absolutely. So what happens next here?
So now she's going to try to create the bloom. The bloom she's trying to make is to create this foamy sort of mushroom cap on top of the coffee grounds. And basically what we're trying to do here is we're releasing the CO2 trapped inside the coffee grounds. So this is sort of like the first stage of the brew process.
Huh.
So what's nice about a pour over is that you're saturating the grounds and taking time. The longer you do the brew versus like a commercial brewer, is the time is actually pouring, extracting more oil and more vibrant flavor out of the coffee grounds. And so when she releases the CO2, that kind of sets it up for the brew process.
So how long does this generally take?
Well, we want to finish.
You see it dripping.
Yeah, we want to finish at 400 grams right at about 1:45.
Okay.
That's kind of what we're shooting for. So once just kind of the drip slows down enough, and we don't have a pool in there any longer, she's actually going to start pouring in again, and she's going to do it in a circular fashion at sort of a moderate pace. And as she's doing that, she's basically churning the grounds a little bit, so we're getting all of the flavor we can out of each granule.
You know, I wish Facebook Live had Facebook Live smell as well, because right now this smells absolutely fantastic.
So it
Looks beautiful.
It's really high quality coffee. We're taking our time to extract the oils and the flavors, and you come up with a really, really robust flavor profile when you do it. You can even make a bad coffee bean taste good with a pour over. So, and then when you're working already with really great coffee, all the better, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So is this a system that, people can do at home?
Oh, absolutely. You can go online anywhere and buy this. The only thing I would do is, if you want to do your research on Amazon, don't buy it from Amazon. Find a local establishment in your state or in your community that actually sells something like the Hario, the scale. You don't necessarily need this big thing here, but all you need is a kettle, some type of receptacle, and it could be your coffee cup. You need the pour over device, which could be a Chemex or a Hario V60, and you need filters. And, of course, the scale. And normally we have a timer here.
I started a little late.
Yeah. But our timer is integrated into the scale. So it's pretty simple. This whole setup right here you can get for about $49.
Okay.
It's not expensive.
And is that something that you guys do you have to offer that here?
Well, we don't sell them here. Maybe
Okay.
we should. We should think about that. But there's not a lot of room here. I mean, we had to make room for our kombucha made in Door County by Tapawat.
Oh, fantastic.
We had to make room for the wine from our local wine people in Door County and over in Ripon. And so we sell bulk coffee. There's giving away books. There's not a lot of room.
Well, I know you recently expanded in here as well, not just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, we added on about 300 square feet to this facility. And then, of course, we opened up our grind location with the drive-through just a few blocks away, right next to City Hall. We also have the Menominee Nation Arena location. And in addition to those three things, we actually have our vintage 68 Ford pickup with the vintage trailer where we do beverage service out of that. That's our food truck.
Oh, fantastic. And was that something that you were able to get out a lot this summer with?
We actually couldn't get out at all this summer.
Oh,
No
boy.
events to really take it to.
Okay.
And we were focused on just trying to do some other good works in the community, like our free food program for families that we've been doing since March 16th. Again, the book program, and just trying to make sure we have jobs for my staff.
Yeah.
So that's been the challenge.
Well, you definitely do a lot for this community, and it's great to know that you really take the time to be thoughtful about how you can make a difference, and especially with your employees as well.
Well, this only happens because of the employees. They're young, talented, full of energy, and they make things happen. I may think up a crazy idea, but they make it real.
That's awesome. Hey, speaking of making it real, how's that coffee coming along?
We're almost there.
Almost there. Almost there. I cannot wait. I might have to they can stick around for another one of those.
It's looking good. It's got a nice color to it.
I was going to say that I don't know how well you can see it because I'm sure it's just coming through it, but it is a really beautiful, beautiful dark roasted color there. And again, I wish Facebook had Facebook Live smell because you really are missing out on that part of it. So, I think that's one of the wonderful things about your place here. Between the pastries and the coffee, when you walk in here, you just immediately feel like awoke. So, what's next? What's the next big thing that you think that Planet Perk is going to want to do?
Well, we're still searching for our west side location, so we can be on the west side of the highway.
Awesome.
We're engaged in a program to help another small business start making cold brew coffee out of our space. So, and that I think we already announced a little while ago, but Rockwood Coffee will be making their debut soon, and we're going to help them, give them a spot, a commercial kitchen to prepare their cold brew. And then, we're excited about the food co-op.
Yeah. Well, we're excited to be a neighbor of you guys as well. Hey, and again, thank you very much for your generous contribution. For anybody who is available here or joining during this time, is getting some coffee from you guys. Can you tell us a little bit about that coffee?
Well, the coffee that we chose is we made sure we chose kind of a broad spectrum across our four brewers. So there's dark coffee, dark roasted coffee, there's moderate, medium roast coffees, light, and then all four brands are represented.
Awesome. So really, it's kind of like a great opportunity to get a flavor of what you guys what you offer here on a regular basis.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. So I know we're getting close to our cutoff time here. How's that coffee coming along?
Good.
So I'm going to spin around to this other side here because what she's looking at and what she's waiting for is this little scale has got to get to a certain point.
400.
So we're just about there.
Yep. So now we're, as you noticed, she was done pouring the water at 1:45. And so now we're just waiting for the drip to continue until we get the 400 grams. So, and that's a perfectly proportioned coffee, water ratio to grams of coffee grounds. So we start out with 25 grams of coffee, and then we pour the water through to get 400 grams in the cup.
So if I came into the shop here on a regular basis, could I get this?
You could get this and more. We have nitro brew, cold brew, we have the pour over. We also have French presses, AeroPresses. You can make it coffee any way you want.
So you said that you have now kombucha and you have the cold brew. Is that the taps that I'm seeing here behind you?
Yeah, so we have, these are all CBD infused kombuchas from Top Watt, plus our nitro brew in the center and our cold brew over here on the left. We have the best, hands down, and I know I'm bragging, but
that's all right. This is your time to brag.
Our cold and nitro brew is the best in the city. So if you want to try it, come on down. We got plenty of it.
See, and it's just amazing to me because I remember back in the in the 90s when coffee shops started becoming a thing, and you walked in and you got a cup of coffee.
Right.
And now there is so much. Speaking of so much, I think we have ourselves here what looks like a fantastic brew. So who gets to try this and make sure that it's right?
Well, Sam, of course.
And there you go. You do the work, you get to try.
That's good.
In case you can't hear her, she says it's good. Of course, she did make it, but you know what? I believe her because it smells absolutely fantastic. Hey, Ken, thank you for showing us all of your coffee stuff here, but I have a question. You have been a member of the Oshkosh Food Co-op for quite some time. And why was it important for you to become a member so early on in the process, before we even knew if a store was even possible?
Well, as I said, we have most of the products we have in here come within a very short distance. The average restaurant item travels 1,500 miles before it gets to your plate. We want to break that cycle. So our vision was that we need to be part of a food co-op. We can have fresh, vibrant, organic food made by local people so it doesn't travel so far. So we're going to produce a better plate of food in our shop once we can actually get produce from the food co-op. Plus, we're militantly, locally focused. That's who we are. And we think local people coming together solve more problems faster than any other method. So by having the food co-op here just a block away, we're going to be able to have a really strong ongoing relationship with them. And we can provide them continuous support as well as them supporting us on our effort to provide a quality product that's locally produced.
That's fantastic. I can actually see on my screen right now, back at the home office, I can see Brenda, and she's doing big hallelujah, Ken. I believe what you're selling, Ken. No, fantastic, Ken. I mean, I personally, that's one of the reasons I also got involved with the food co-op, was because of the local economical aspect of it. The fact that we can actually, people coming together, and co-ops are such an amazing business model. When people come together, great things can happen. So.
Absolutely. Everything positive comes from a co-op.
Yeah.
There are no downsides.
Absolutely. So any last words that you'd like to share with us here about why somebody should be a member of the food co-op?
Well, first of all, it's the best of the best people are a part of the co-op already. So if you want to associate yourself with community-oriented people with strong community values that want to pull together, work together, roll their sleeves up together, this is exactly the group you want to be associated with. Not to mention the fact that you're going to get great products from people you know.
Including a bag of coffee if you join right now. Absolutely. So that is fantastic. If people wanted to come down today, what are your hours for today and what are your hours for tomorrow?
We are 6:30 to 7:30 every single day. All week long here at this location, at the other location. It's pretty similar, although we open a little later on Saturdays and Sundays. So 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. every day.
And I can get a bite to eat here too, not just coffee?
You get a bite to here. We have soup, salad, sandwiches, wraps, all kinds of things. And at the other location, we have Compassion Creamery ice cream. That's available.
Wait a minute. We wasted this entire time talking about coffee when we could have been talking about ice cream? Oh, my goodness. We got to get these things straight. No, absolutely. You know what? Ice cream coffee. That's the next thing we got to talk about.
An affogato with you. Good way to go.
What is an ice cream coffee drink?
It is an affogato.
An affogato, okay.
Basically, it's just espresso poured gently over some fresh vanilla ice cream.
All right, that's it. I'm going to have myself one of those things here. I'm going to send this back to Brenda because I'm just drooling right now with everything that's going on. So, hey, Brenda.
Right?
I mean, can you believe all the things that they've been forcing me to sit here and talk about, and I haven't been able to enjoy because I got to hold on to this camera and talk.
We gave you the hard assignment, Jay.
Can you take over for a while so I can go enjoy some of this stuff?
You enjoy to your heart's content. And I think some of our new members are also going to be enjoying to their heart's content. Just as a quick reminder, anyone who joins, if you're one of the first 6 member owners to join this hour, you will get a bag of coffee from Planet Perk, and we will deliver it to your doorstep, ding and drop this today. So no contactless delivery, but a pound of coffee from Planet Perk. And if you join this weekend, if you become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op this weekend, you will be entered to win our grand prize basket. We have some other items that will be included in that giveaway, including this lovely prize basket from Planet Perk, which includes a stainless steel tumbler, a Planet Perk mask, a t-shirt. It's a great gift giveaway, and you can be eligible to win if you become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op this weekend. Now, if you're just tuning in, I want to give you a quick update on what's happening here this weekend. We're live streaming for Co-op Grow Up Live. This is a 2-day live stream event designed to introduce the community to our efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store here to Oshkosh's Central City. We are planning to open a 4,500 square foot retail grocery store at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. And we're doing this with the support of community members like you. So 1,346 member owners today have contributed to this project. They've purchased an ownership share, meaning they own a piece of the grocery store to help make the project happen. So we are driving toward 1,500 member owners by the time that we open the store. We're at 1,347 as of right now. We started out the day with 1,345. We've added Katie S. from Neenah and Jean C. to our membership list. And I'm delighted to tell you that we're going to also add Andy M to that membership list. So thank you to Katie and Jean and Andy for joining this effort this morning. We're delighted to have you join our efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. Now, here's a fun fact. When the Oshkosh Food Co-op opens later next year, we will be the first food co-op in Northeast Wisconsin. So here in Oshkosh, we have the opportunity to lead Northeast Wisconsin in this way. And we are hoping that our food co-op, because we'll be the first, will attract owners from Neenah, from Appleton, from Green Bay, from Fond du Lac to come and shop, because the co-op will be something unlike any other grocery store in our region. So we're very excited. We envision a store that not only sources goods locally, we expect to source about 30% of our goods from local growers and producers, but also a store that provides healthy food options to an area of the city that is currently underserved, and also acts as the community's kitchen table. So we see the co-op being a place where people can gather together and enjoy one another's company. So we're very excited about the Oshkosh Food Co-op. As I mentioned, our timeline for opening, the building is under construction right now, the Brio building at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. So if you've driven by and you've seen construction, that's what's happening. We will be occupying first floor retail space in that building, about 4,500 square feet for a community-owned grocery store in Oshkosh's Central City. And you can help make it happen. If you visit our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join, there are two ways to join. The first is by a single payment of $180. The second is spreading your payment monthly over 18 months, and that's $11 a month. So we've tried to make it very accessible by offering a couple different ways for people to join. And again, if you join between now and 11 a.m., and you're one of the first 6 members to join, you'll receive a pound of coffee from Planet Perk. And thank you, Planet Perk, for your support of this project. Anyone who joins this weekend before Sunday at 11:59 p.m. will be entered to win a grand prize basket with a value of $432. All right, our next guest today, we're going to send it over to our field reporter, Alex Hummel. Alex is at Embody Yoga with owner Leanne Schneider, and Leanne's going to take us through, let's say we need a little warm up to our morning. Leanne's going to take us through some yoga poses this morning. So good morning, Alex. Good morning, Leanne.
Good morning, Brenda. How am I coming through? Loud and clear?
You loud and clear. You sound great.
Fantastic. And yes, as you mentioned, I am joined here by Leanne Schneider from Embody Yoga and Pilates on North Main Street in Oshkosh. A beautiful space. I came inside and I immediately felt calm and at peace after running up and down the farmers market lane. So Leanne, thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Yes, I guided Alex through a few deep breaths in and out through the nose to get him. This is a lot of work for him, running around, doing all this filming. So I thank you. I appreciate the help to get me on the camera here.
Well, I should admit too, I've been a client and a student of yours too. I need to get back in, but it is such a great restorative thing for us. And obviously, you know, this year we're all learning about taking care of ourselves and wellness, not only what we eat and what we consume, but also what we do to keep ourselves resilient. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of what you're all about. That's what this.
Absolutely. And especially this time, you know, within these last 6 months, we've had so much going on in our lives, and, you know, that extra stress. And what people don't really realize is all that extra stress and those emotions, they actually get seated in your body. And so when we move our bodies in these dynamic yoga poses, we can literally release that stress and make ourselves a little more calm and a little more able to cope with some of the right things going on. So yoga is amazing. So I'll just, I don't know if you have a few questions, but otherwise I'll just go on about
please go on. I mean, what we want to, you know, well, let me stop here for a second and just say you are also, in addition to being a teacher, you are a member. You are a member of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And yes. We're asking people all day today when we visit them, why? What was the why for you? Why did you want to become a member?
The why for me was, it's just an amazing opportunity, and it is a need that we have here in the downtown Oshkosh area. It's such a progressive, healthy initiative. And so it really goes along with what I'm doing here, is promoting health and wellness, well-being, and the co-op is just a beautiful fit. And so something that I wanted to align my energies to.
Awesome.
And it's a great, it's so exciting to see how it's moved along, you know, and I've seen it from the very beginning, and it took me a while. I was dragging my feet a little bit.
It's okay.
Because like many, I'm sure, you know, you don't quite know what it's going to be. But then I got on board, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago. And it's so exciting to see the building now starting, and it's just, yeah.
Awesome.
Great energy.
Well,
So,
thank you.
yeah.
We're so grateful to that. And talk a little bit about your business. This is a business. You're invested in downtown Oshkosh too, like the co-op's going to be. So
Yeah.
where are you at, and how do people learn more?
So here I am in downtown Oshkosh. You might want to pan to the front window.
Let me just do this right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to
So-
get some daylight behind me here, Brenda.
Right.
But
But
that-
you can see I'm right on Main Street. The farmer's market's going on right outside my door. I'm at 579 North Main Street.
Okay.
So when you're driving down Main Street, you'll probably see I'm right at the corner of Parkway and Main. I've been here for almost 5 years. And so what I offer here is yoga and Pilates. So I have restorative yoga, I have vinyasa yoga, I have Pilates. And typically, in a normal year, I have heat. I've got these heaters on the ceiling. They're far infrared radiant heaters, and they give off this amazing warmth to the studio. Right now, they're temporarily suspended due to us wearing masks.
Yep.
And for the health of everyone, I was, worried about people getting too overheated with
Mhm.
masks on.
Yeah.
So that's suspended for right now, but we'll get back to that hopefully very soon. With everything, hopefully getting back to normal.
Let me
soon.
do a slow pan here of your beautiful studio too, if I
absolutely.
may. So this is really a lovely space. It's just, it's open. It's got these beautiful wood floors, and just lovely. You come in and you feel a sense of calm and like focus, and that's kind of what you're looking for.
Yeah, there's definitely a great energy here. It's a big, beautiful, historic building right downtown Oshkosh. So it's amazing.
Yeah.
So I offer virtual classes as well as in studio classes, and I do offer on-demand classes. So if you can't, hop onto your computer or come into the studio at a certain time, you can get a on-demand unlimited membership that you can use pre-recorded classes at any time, anywhere. So with this pandemic came a lot of flexibility for your practice. So that's one thing.
No pun intended.
Right. Yes, no pun intended. But that's one good thing that has come out of this pandemic. We've all gotten much more tech savvy, and I can be right in your home with you now, which I don't know, that's good or bad.
It's cool. You found a way. You found some
Yes,
solution.
Yeah. So let me just pan in
Yeah.
to my business card here. Let's see. Can we see that?
Yeah, it's going to look backwards,
Oh,
unfortunately,
it
because
will. Okay.
yeah.
But anyways, I'm at embodyyogaandpilates.com.
Okay.
So I just wanted to put that up there for a second.
Embody yoga and
Pilates.
Pilates.com.
Yes.
Got it.
And if you do a search embody, usually it will come up.
Right.
So that's a little bit about the space. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years. And I've had this open for about 5. So today I'd like to guide you through a few simple yoga poses that you can do anywhere. You can do at home. I'm going to show you a little bit of ways to increase your energy and a couple poses to relax your energy.
Awesome.
So I think we'll go ahead.
I'm going to be your cameraman, and I'm going to do
Yes.
the old switcheroo here, Leanne. So you go ahead and get in position.
Okay.
And we're on the fly. We're live. This is real. Here we go. Alex is going to do the old switch. So here we go.
All right.
And we're all set.
So first of all, I just want to show you a very awesome restorative pose that you can do. You're simply going to come onto your mat, and anything will do. If you don't have a mat at home, you could just hop on your carpet, or maybe you've got a big beach towel. So anything will do. We're just going to come down. It's called child's pose. You take the knees wide, the big toes might be touching. You stretch your arms out. You get this nice big stretch through the hips, through the shoulders, and then you bring your forehead, your third eye, right down to the mat, and that's going to be your place of intuition. That's going to calm your nervous system. So after a long day, this is going to feel fabulous. So you just come right on down. And so that's a pose that you can come into, like I said, anytime. And that's a great way to start your practice. And then from there, coming up onto your hands and your knees, spreading your fingers nice and wide, You can move through a few spinal stretches, and all this working at home, people have, are doing a lot of sitting, spines are compressed. So this is a great way to stretch out the spine. So spreading the fingers, inhale, lifting the chest, the chin, the sitting bones, feeling a big stretch from the pit of the belly all the way to the crown of the head. And then exhaling, tucking and rounding, arching your spine, feeling that big stretch across the back body. And then you can just go through and do that a few times, just back and forth, stretching out the spine. Another posture that is wonderful to stretch out the spine is our downward facing dog. So coming up onto your hands and your feet, your wrists are about shoulder distance apart, your feet are about hips width distance apart, and then you push up and back. You might have a little bend to the knee, so if you feel like you're kind of push forward, bend the knees a little bit and draw yourself back. And this stretches out your hamstrings, it stretches out the spine, the shoulders, a little bit of everything. You want to make sure the head is relaxed. And that's a great way to start the energy, right? So these poses, the first was restorative. Down dog, we're kind of building a little energy. That cat-cow, that spinal stretch, we're building a little energy. A lot of sitting, right? So this pose here, keeping the back knee down, the hands might come onto your thigh, shifting the hips a little bit forward. You'll get this nice big stretch through the left hip flexor. So a lot of sitting creates tightness in the hip flexors. So we're stretching out here, hands right onto the top of the thigh. And again, these are all relatively simple, straightforward postures. And then you just take the other side. So shifting forward. And again, we're getting into, hips are another notorious place where we kind of hold on to stress and tension. So if you can get in and stretch out the hips and the shoulders, you'll feel so much better. So you'll get this nice release. So again, that's a great pose. So downward facing dog. And then another pose, coming from downward facing dog, more of a standing posture, coming up into our warrior one. Again, another way to start to build strength, to stretch through that back leg, to get that energy kind of up to the forefront, just reaching the arms up. Again, relatively simple. You just take a few breaths, you hold this, and then you might just switch sides. So coming into your warrior one here.
Awesome.
Okay. How are we doing on time?
We're great. Actually, that's a perfect place to take a breath.
Okay.
Am I using the right term here, Leanne? Let's take a breath. Let's take a breath. And let's kind of conclude here today. I know we can't, of course, do a full demonstration. I'm going to do my switcheroo, and we'll come back here. There we go. That was great. Thank you so much for that. And it's good to have, it's good to know that there's all this incredible expertise in entrepreneurialism right here on Main Street. So thank you.
I'm here. Come see me.
Yeah, and thank you again for being a co-op member too.
Yes,
That's really
it's
great.
Awesome. It's a privilege. Yeah, to be a part of this group. There's great people heading this up, great people behind the scenes. So it's wonderful. It's a great opportunity for me, and I thank you all so much for coming and filming me.
All right. Brenda, I think we're pretty much ready to throw it back to you. Thanks again to Leanne Schneider of Embody Yoga and Pilates here on North Main Street. I feel better. I feel like, yes, I have found my super galactic oneness now. So thank you so much, Leanne.
Now you can go on with the rest of your day. And remember those deep breaths as you hop from place to place.
I shall not forget. So Brenda, let's go back to you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Alex and Leanne. I was doing a little stretching back here at the studio, if you will. We really appreciate you giving us the chance to get to know a little bit more about Embody Yoga and also giving us those morning stretches. A great way to kind of energize or decompress. And we're always happy to hear from a member owner about why they became a part of the Oshkosh Food Co-op, and delighted to hear you say that it was the healthy initiative that aligns so well with your business and your personal interests. Leanne. So thank you so much for your support. All right, for those of you who are just joining us, we are entering a new hour, and that means we have a new incentive. So this hour, we are live streaming Co-op Grow Up Live. This is a member recruitment event. So if you are an existing member owner, we'd ask that you share this live stream to your Facebook feed and help us get the word out about the efforts that we have underway to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. If you are someone who has heard about our project and is tuned in right now, I want to tell you about our incentive for joining this hour. Now, if you are one of the first 6 member owners to join this hour, you will receive a free sample pack, a gift card for a free sample pack from Thunderbird Bakery. Now, this includes a galette, a cinnamon roll, a chocolate croissant, and a classic croissant. Now, I'm sure your mouths are watering, so I'll tell you how you can get this sample pack from Thunderbird Bakery here in Oshkosh, and that is go to our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. If you become a member owner between now and noon, and you're one of the first 6 to do so, we will deliver this gift card to you, and you can call Thunderbird and place this order. So we are delighted and thank Thunderbird for their support of our Co-op Grow Up Live. Now, as you may have heard, this Co-op Grow Up Live is designed to introduce you to the efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. And we have not only the incentive from Thunderbird Bakery, but we will also enter anyone who joins this weekend into a drawing for a grand prize basket that's valued at $432. So we are absolutely thrilled to be able to include in that prize basket gift certificates from Organic Valley, a 6-pack from Bare Bones, a bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes, 2 shirts from Jazzercise, a bottle of wine from Gardenia's, an Oshkosh Food Co-op member owner wood plaque handmade by member owner Tom Molnitsky, a gift certificate from TJ's Highland, a bottle of maple syrup from Uncle Mike's, and chocolate from Oaks. So it's a great prize basket, and anyone who joins this weekend before tomorrow night at 11:59 p.m. will be entered to win. We started the day with 1,345 members. We've already added Katie S. from Nina, Jean C., and Andy M. to our membership list, and I'm just now going to add Joy L. to our membership list. That means our next member owner to join is going to get a sexy member number. You'll be member number 1,350. So if you like having kind of a cool, sexy number, 1,350 is the next member owner number. This Co-op Grow Up Live event is happening all day and in this till 4 p.m. today, and then again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. And in this hour, we'll be talking with Marlo and Patricia Ambus. They are the owners of Manila Resto here in Oshkosh. Marlo has been very involved in our Oshkosh Food Co-op project. He's been one of our volunteers on the site team, on the prepared foods team, and he's also served on our hiring team. So he's been a super volunteer, and we'll hear from Marlo and Patricia. We'll also meet Justin Duell. Justin owns the G Farm out in Larson, and you may have seen or heard about the G Farm. They raise chickens, pigs, cows. He's going to take us on a tour of his farm, so that'll be a really great addition to this. And then, of course, we'll be talking with Trent Wester, who's the owner of Thunderbird Bakery. So if you are interested in learning more about the bakery behind our incentive this hour, that interview is coming up at 11:50 a.m. this morning. Again, our incentive for joining this hour at oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join is a free sample pack from Thunderbird Bakery, and that sample pack will include a seasonal fruit galette, a cinnamon roll, a chocolate croissant, and a classic croissant. So that is the incentive for joining this hour. Our efforts to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City, we are working hard to become the first food co-op in Northeast Wisconsin. We've chosen a location that will be at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in a building that is under construction right now called the Brio Building. And that building, we will occupy the first floor retail space of that building. We'll have about a 4,500 square foot store. And our vision for the store is 3 things. First, it's to source goods locally to the extent possible. So we're hoping co-ops nationwide source about 30% of their goods locally. So we're hoping to source about 30% of our goods from growers and producers within the state of Wisconsin. Also to bring healthy food options to the central city. That's an area that's underserved right now. So we chose the location in part because it's walkable, it's bikeable, it's on the bus line, we'll have great parking, a parking lot to the rear of the building, and you can also get there by boat. So really it's accessible, and that was one of the important things. And the third part of our vision for the Oshkosh Food Co-op is to act as the community's kitchen table. We envision a store where people can come together and enjoy one another's company. So that's the vision for the store. And that's why we're hosting Co-op Grow Up Live today, to introduce you to some of the local growers, producers, and others who are driving this effort to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's central city. There are more than 100 food co-ops around the country, and there are more than 100 startups happening around the country. So we know that bringing a food co-op here to Oshkosh will bring a concept that already exists in various cities around the state. There are food co-ops right now in La Crosse, in Eau Claire, in Menominee, in Stevens Point, in Milwaukee, in Madison, and we hope that Oshkosh can be the next location for a food co-op to form. So we have leased a space on the first floor of a new building that's being constructed, the Brio building at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh. We're planning a 4,500 square foot store. And tomorrow, if you tune in the afternoon, we'll be talking with Joy Hanneman, who's one of the partners in Merge Urban Development, who is behind the project to open the Brio building at the corner of Jackson and Pearl. So we've got a great lineup all weekend. We are live streaming from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Today and tomorrow, and we will be talking with member owners, local growers, producers, about 30 different people who are behind this project, and we're inviting you to join us. If you are interested in learning more about the food co-op, you can visit our website at Oshkosh Food Co-op, and if you're .com, and if you're interested in joining, you can visit www.oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. Next up, we are going to go to Marlo Ambus and Patricia Ambus. As I mentioned a second ago, Marlo and Patricia own Manila Resto, and Marlo has been heavily involved in our volunteer efforts. He's one of our earliest food co-op member owners, and he has served as a volunteer on our site team to help select our site, to design our store. He served on our hiring team to help hire our project manager and our general manager, and he also serves on our prepared foods team. So Marlo's been a super volunteer, and we're glad to have him, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about his involvement in the Oshkosh Food Co-op. So I'll throw it to Marlo.
Hi there, my name is Marlo Ambus, and this is my wife Patricia Ambus. We're here to share a little bit with you why we joined as members of the food co-op here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Just a little bit of background of who we are. Let's start with Patricia here.
Oh,
my name is Patricia. We've been married 10 years now, and we've made our life here in Oshkosh. Oshkosh is home. I'm not originally from here, but after coming to the university, we met, college sweetheart.
Hi there, my name is Marlo Ambus, and this is my wife Patricia Ambus. We're here to share a little bit with you why we joined as members of the food co-op here in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Just a little bit of background of who we are. I'll start with Patricia here.
My name is Patricia. We've been married 10 years now, and we've made our life here in Oshkosh. Oshkosh is home. I'm not originally from here, but after coming to the university, we met, college sweethearts, and this is our forever home. We do like to travel a lot, and we always say that after we travel, we always choose to come back here, even if sometimes those winters seem really, really long. We have 2 kiddos. Evelyn is 6 and Reginald is 4, and right now they are our world, and we also have another on the way. So if life didn't feel crazy, it's about to get crazier, but it just means that we're extra blessed is what that means.
Definitely. And myself, I am the owner at Manila Resto, which is a Filipino and Asian fusion cuisine restaurant here in town. And above our restaurant, we have the Algoma Club, which is an events facility that we host where we host private events, music events, whatever, you know. So Patricia, before we had kids, was very heavily involved before, but she always said that once we had kids, that that time was theirs now.
Well, I'm also a full-time teacher, so it went from spending my days teaching to getting home at 4:30 and then doing restaurant life and wedding event life and all of that, which is really fun and really exciting.
Yeah.
I teach 7th through 12th grade, and that's a big part of my life. And I also coach women in the online health and fitness, and so I just help women. We use positivity and we use fitness to have just a more empowered, better life. And I think that's why we just really like our community so much, is because we can do so much within it in all aspects of it.
Yeah, we were trying to think back. It's been a few years since this all started to come together, right? And when we first heard about it, we're like, food co-op? I don't know, that sounds cool, right? To be honest, I don't think either one of us had a great depth of knowledge of it. So we had some friends that were involved in the getting people together. So we're like, yeah, let's go check it out. And they put on some nice informative videos of what food co-ops are. And we had a little bit of a Q&A afterwards, and they answered a lot of our questions as to what the food co-op can do for the community and what it can do for our awesome town of Oshkosh, you know. So, which is kind of plays along the lines of what drew us to, you know, the co-op. You know, like we could have chosen anywhere to put Manila, but why not Oshkosh? You know, Oshkosh is a great community. It's a great place to raise your family, and it's got great community support for whatever is here, you know. So, and this is definitely one of those things that will set us apart from the area, the state. We got some cool things they're happening right now. Yeah. Anything else to add to that?
No, just the concept that, you know, anything that helps our community, like you said, Manila, we could have taken Manila anywhere. There are bigger markets, right, for it, bigger cities, but we chose to keep it in Oshkosh. So anything that's going to benefit our community, anything that involves our community, and anything that, you know, we can be a part of and others can be a part of. So like in the community, for the community, by the community, it all just sounds really, really good. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Why not enhance where we live and where we choose to be?
So we signed up and became member number 92. So we cracked the top 100, which I don't know. I think it's pretty cool. And with that too, we got a pretty cool T-shirt to go along with that. So bragging rights.
Yeah, we gathered everyone together with their shirts. I think it was like the first 100 people, right?
Yeah.
And everyone got to have their shirts on, and someone was up on a ladder. We got a picture taken, and it's just one of those things that, you know, when you look back, like at the old time photos, right? You just feel like if this were in black and white, it's just something that's a part of the community. It'll be a cornerstone of it. How many years ago was that?
I should know, but
right, whenever we started all this, right? Like the journey that goes, so it starts here with like one, you know, some people sharing ideas, and it grows a little bit, and then there's a snapshot, and then here we are today talking about it after way more has gone into it. But it just feels like one of those timeless pieces where community members are involved to do something to benefit the community. We were getting so nostalgic that we just had to go in and dig up the T-shirt. Right? It's kind of fun. We never really talk about that, but the future is local. How, you know, it's such a good slogan, right? There we go, making it real.
On the sleeve too.
Dun, 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 dun. So just like those fun things where when you really love your community, of course you're proud to be a part of it, right? And you're proud to do these things that are going to enhance it.
Yeah, so we got my parents are signed up. Chef Ninoy over at Manila is signed up. We've tried to encourage some of our team to join as well. And really, it starts just by spreading the word, So the more you can do and informing and sharing others of what the co-op is, and now you can say where it's going to be and the progress that's taking place. It's all coming together and it's happening, So
You were talking about how much you were involved with it. Like, you weren't anticipating that. Obviously, when we first started, we just thought we were founding members, right? Cool, got a shirt.
Yeah.
And then you just didn't quite anticipate all of your involvement.
Yeah.
Want to talk about that?
Yeah, someone had approached me and just asked if I wanted to be part of the project manager search. And I said, yeah, sure. And met some other cool people that were involved that were also member owners of the food co-op, and really built some great relationships through all of that. And after that was finished, I was then asked if I wanted to be a part of the site selection, and I'm like, yeah, that's cool, and
I swear it's his hobby to drive around Oshkosh and say what cool thing would be in whichever location. Because he has like this great vision, and I'm like, sure, maybe that would be good. I don't know. Not a strength of mine, but a strength of his. So it was good that he was on a team that was part of this. Someone sought out the right person, I think.
Well, thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, I mean, that kind of goes back to, the whole Manila idea too, and why we are where we are. Like, we believe in the community, we believe in the area, we believe in the change that's happening, and this is another bridge to that. And when we were looking at the various locations, like, one of the things that I know the co-op was focused on having the area was to be in like the central city. And the location where it is now, which is off of Jackson, I believe is a great, bridge between Main Street and the university. And it's right there before the Oregon Street and everything. So it's a great location. And the developers that we're working with now, and they have a great vision too, to not only have that building there, but also to add a few other buildings there as well. So that whole area is getting a much needed facelift, and there's going to be tons of good use being put there once things start coming together.
Makes me think revitalization, right?
Yeah.
That part.
Yeah.
Revitalize that part.
Let's see. Looking at my notes here. Then that led to the design team. Of course, after the site was selected, there were a few of us that carried on from the site selection and moved on to the design, which it's pretty cool to see all the layouts and stuff coming together, and giving input and hearing, people like Crystal, like she's been helping us out quite a bit from one of the other co-ops here in Wisconsin, and just like, again, like the relationships you build and like the support you find within the co-op and even just the local community has just been fantastic. It's that sense of like, hey, we have a question, like, oh yeah, you have anything else? Like, everyone's just willing to help and provide whatever they can, whenever, doesn't matter. And then I feel like I'm just adding on and on and on. I'm also on the GM search team, and we are getting close. We've met some fantastic candidates. We hope to have an answer pretty soon here in regards to who we can hire. But we feel pretty happy with the people that have come across, and hope it all works out for everybody. And then the next group that the committee that I'm actively a part of is the Prepared Foods, which is pretty cool to team up with a couple other people that are in the restaurant business. with Adam from Rubiel and Gardenias, and then John from West End Pizza, and then Liz also from Thunderbird Bakery. It's been cool. We've been working with Seven Roots to get that together, and they've been fun to work with as well. And yeah, again, it's just really cool being part of the process and really seeing everything come together, and just can't wait to see it actually happen, when the doors open and we walk through and grab our groceries, or something to eat quickly, or coffee, cheese, maybe from her family farm.
Ooh.
Anything, that's locally sourced, and anything that will help the local community.
Mm-hmm. It's just neat though how everything goes from ideas to like the concept on paper to like let's talk about it some more, and to like you're getting so close to actually having that GM, actually once the store is built, having that prepared food and all of that. Like it's just as incredible, right?
So I guess when from when we first took the picture, it was the first founding members, I guess, right? 100
Mm-hmm.
people. We're right around the 1,600 mark right now, which is great. We keep hearing from other co-ops and stuff like that. Like, as we're a startup, they're like, oh, those are great numbers, and we should be proud of that, and we should be, and we are. But we're also looking to continue the growth, and we want you guys to be a part of that, just by telling your neighbors, telling your family, telling your friends. Just continue the excitement and spreading the word that walls are growing up, like it's really cruising along, and before you know it, it'll be here. And hopefully by that time, we'll have gotten through all these extra challenges that are in the way. But just like anything, there are bumps in the road, and I believe that this community will pull together and make something like this happen, and continue to just forge ahead and not let anything like this little thing, I don't know, get in the way.
There we go.
Yeah. So
that's really it, right? Like that's like at least like coming towards the end of this chapter. This is where we are right now. There's a few unfinished things that you're working through, but
yeah,
it's just like everything. You'll get through it and you move on to the next one. And I'm sure, like I've as being the wife, right? I get to bring the coffee into the meeting sometime, and I've peeked in and I've overheard some of these meetings as we're trying to keep the kids quiet in the background. But it's like the team, that you work with is obviously incredible, and everyone is getting so much done in this volunteer capacity, in addition to all of life duties and work as well. So I think it really is incredible what is coming together just from like the goodness of people's hearts, and because we want to better the community, and provide something better for the community.
Yeah. Like she said, like it's great to see people of like minds just coming together from all different, walks of life, and it's just really cool to see everybody pool their talents together and pretty much just dedicating their time and donating their time really to the same cause.
So it's a good cause. Like you said, we're just looking for more people always to help, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that's just what will make everything better.
Yeah. Big shout out to Brenda and the rest of the board, Liz, for forging ahead with everything that's going on during these times especially. We thank you and thank everybody for all their continued support, and we look forward to getting these doors open.
Woo! Who's excited?
You knew this was going to happen. I was going to start a segment muted. It's live television. live television, live streaming. That's what happens occasionally. So thanks for bearing with us. And thank you to Marlo and Patricia for sharing your story. As you heard them say, they are founding members of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. They've been with us a long time. Marlo has been a very active participant and volunteer on several of our committees, our site search team, our store design team, prepared foods team, our GM hiring team, and has contributed a lot to the progress that we've made. If you're just joining in, I want to bring you up to speed on what's happening here. We are live streaming today and tomorrow, Co-op Grow Up Live. This is an opportunity to get to know a little bit more about the efforts here in Oshkosh to bring a community-owned grocery store to the central city, the first food co-op in Northeast Wisconsin. So we're hoping that while it's the Oshkosh Food Co-op, we want it to be Northeast Wisconsin's food co-op. We are doing this as in an effort to introduce you to some of the local growers and producers whose goods we hope to have featured at the store, as well as some of the member owners who've played a crucial role in getting the ball rolling. We have to date, we started the morning with 1,345 members. We've already added 4 new members to our member count. So we'd like to welcome Joy L, Katie S, Jean C, and Andy M. Thank you so much for becoming member owners. As I mentioned earlier, we have a very sexy member number coming up for the next member owner to join. 1,350 is the member number that's coming up. We are trying to get to 1,500 member owners before the store opens and hoping to make a big dent in that number this weekend. We do have some special incentives for people who join. Oh, and I'm just being handed member number 1,350, Ann M. Thank you so much for joining us. We're delighted to add you to our list of member owners. So that is member owner 1,350. We are hoping to get closer and closer to 1,400 member owners by the end of this weekend, and delighted. And if you join in this hour, so between now and noon, we've got a free sample pack gift card from Thunderbird Bakery that will be delivered to you. And then you can place an order for when you would like to have this sample pack available to you. And I want to tell you a little bit about what's in this because it sounds absolutely delicious. It is a seasonal fruit galette, a cinnamon roll, a chocolate croissant, and a classic croissant. So if your mouth is watering, this is what you will get for joining if you join the Oshkosh Food Co-op between now and noon. And to do that, you can go to oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. Now, next up, we are going to visit with one of our member owners who is also a local producer, Justin Duell from the G Farm. Justin is with us this morning. Hello, Justin. It's great to have you with us.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you beautifully. Thank you.
Fantastic. How are you doing, Brenda?
Doing really well. Excited to take the tour of your farm. Tell us a little bit about the G Farm.
We raise beef, pork, chicken, turkey. We do it out on pasture, and we do it in a rotational direction where one animal is following another, and it just helps reduce parasite loads and really produces a better product in the end. So that's what we're going to go look around and see some of the animals and see what we're up to out here.
That sounds great. How long ago did your farm start?
I bought the farm in 2015. At that point, it was pretty minimal as far as what I was trying to produce. It was a lot of learning. It takes a lot of trial and error to really try to get your ducks in a row, right? And so 2015, 2016, I really pushed forward and had a farm plan, a design, and brought cows and more chickens onto the farm that year. And so I've been going forward ever since.
Now, did you grow up on a farm, or what made you decide to pursue farming as a livelihood?
It's a very long story, much more than the 15 minutes. I was born on a dairy farm. My parents and family events brought me out of that situation. So then I grew up my adolescence away from the farm. Came back to it after I was doing tax preparation and retirement planning, and just wanted to do something that I felt good about at the end of the day. And I found that I looked in my backyard, and what I was doing was I had some 4 laying hens and a small garden. So with a new direction, I decided that I was going to try to make a go of it. And I heard you talking, or someone was talking earlier today about how it's hard to make a living as a farmer. And I've been trying hard and fully support everyone else that is trying to do that, because I think that it's a beautiful way to live.
Well, let's take a peek around your farm if we can. I'm excited to get the tour. I haven't been there, so this is a good inside scoop on what you've got going here.
Yeah, so first, we are right next to the highway, and you can see, let's see if I can turn my screen around for an appropriate tour. So we are next to a highway. That looks blurry, doesn't it?
It does look a little blurry, yes.
All right, we'll keep it this way then. So when you're driving down the highway, you're able to see our barn, and we do advertise pretty well. And that's still pretty blurry in that distance. All right, so we are pretty visible, and that's an important factor for us. We try to be out there in the public and showing and sharing what we're doing. So we do that in a lot of different ways. One is by just being in front of people as they drive down 45 or 10 to Appleton, or 45 down to Oshkosh, and just doing it in plain sight. We also do it with I write a weekly email, do a little bit of blogging, and show and share some of the trials and tribulations that we have going on at any one time. So this is our brooder. So inside our barn, we have our next year's laying hens. I have a hard time focusing on them.
They're fast moving.
They are. So we have a flock of 150 hens, and we bring in each fall next year's run of hens. So we keep hens on the farm for about 2 years, and at that point their production really slows down, and we put them into the freezer and have stewing hens available that way. So that's where all of our chickens start out, whether it's hatching chickens or our laying hens. Give them comfort and the feed that they need to get to a size that they can work outside and do the things that chickens do in the elements. So
are you able to offer farm fresh eggs then, Justin, as part of your farm store?
On the farm, so the state of Wisconsin has 150 laying hen flock size limitation. Above that, I would have to bring them to a processor to have them sized and graded, and then I would be able to bring it to the Oshkosh Food Co-op. We have worked with Milo's Poultry to do that to some extent, but I haven't moved above 150. That would require me to do it with all of our product, or all of our egg production. So we are out on pasture. I really wish that I could focus a little bit better with my camera here to be able to show you things in the distance. I think this app, the way it works is it seems that it's trying to focus on what's right in front of it. It's for a person-to-person interaction. But this is our see if I can put some buttons to.
Yeah, we can. If you want to play a bit. Yep, we can see a little bit.
So this is our mobile chicken house, and we move this around on a weekly basis, and then we get our ladies here being busy laying some eggs. So they do that each and every day, and we move them on a weekly basis. We try to move them about 3 days behind where the cattle are. Chickens are fantastic at cleaning up and spreading out manure patties and distributing that nutrient down into the ground. That way that patty doesn't create a void of grass growth on the pasture, and it also keeps fly larvae from being a problem. So our animals they have less stress and less fly irritations. So now we're
you found a way to allow the sort of farm ecosystem to work collaboratively and solve some of the problems that sort of happen if you're just doing a single animal approach.
100%. and I'm in no way an innovator on this. I just see what's working for other farmers and see what other people are doing in events like there's pasture walks. There's a lot of good local organizations and groups that are doing good stuff like that. But yeah, we have gone down to the Bornsons farm. I know that they're going to be presenting, and we learned about our hens earlier this year. I was spending an hour a week putting up a fence around the chickens to make sure that they were protected, but that was really unnecessary, and we took that down, and it's actually been ecologically beneficial that way. So yeah, just good community of farmers, and good to have good friends like that. So yeah, now we're 3 days in front of those laying hens. We're trying to keep good grass growth and feed the cattle on a rotation, a daily rotation as well. So I think we're going to have to sneak up and get pretty close to be able to focus. Just as I was expressing before, it doesn't seem to focus beyond my face. So
That sounds great. Well,
see?
we are definitely approaching. We can see we've got cattle. You're right that they are a little blurry. I think there might be a Skype setting that's causing the blur. And we are, of course, doing this totally live. So this is one of the challenges, I suppose, of live streaming. There we go. We did get a good glimpse. So how many cattle on your farm, Justin?
27 acres, and that totally. I'm trying to
Justin, we're getting a little bit of wind noise, and so I'm not actually hearing you real well. So let's see if we can. There we go. I think it's a little bit better that direction. I'm not sure.
Right.
Can we try that again?
Well, I will walk backwards towards the
Awesome. I missed what your answer was. So how many cattle on your farm?
We have 17 cattle currently. We're confined. What I was trying to explain was that we're confined to the amount of property size that we have. And I try not to overpopulate with excessive animals, because then that really hinders and creates problems for the grass growth and the system that I'm trying to build here. So, all right, let's try to walk forward and get quick over to the next animal. And I misguided you. We're going to go over to the chickens.
Okay, fantastic. I'll just kind of talk while you're walking in the wind, since we can't hear you real well. We are live right now with Justin Dwell from the G Farm. He is giving us a tour of his farm. He is using some innovative, sustainable practices, blending the animals together, and he's telling us about that. We've seen his mobile chicken brooding house, as well as 17 cattle that he has. And he's going to next take us to another area of the farm. So.
All right. So here are our not our laying hens. These are our meat production birds. This is our last run for the year. These are Cornish cross. Are you able to see them all right?
We can see them, yes.
So we raise runs of 250 chickens at a time, and we feed them an organic certified feed. We are by no means trying to be organic, but we believe and understand that those practices are much more in line with what our value system is. So we do buy that feed. We don't put the stamp on it to show and express that that's what we are, but that's where knowing your farmer and knowing the system of production is so important. You can never get that in a large, grocer or large production system. So I always try to find something local first, and that's always good to keep money local, to keep an understanding and a relationship with your food, and that's really important.
And you're certainly doing that. Now tell us, if somebody wants to come to your farm, you've got a farm store, is that correct?
Yeah, we're open right now. My wife is armed at the store there watching for any guests that are showing up. But yeah, we're open Saturdays and Sundays, 9 to 1. That's what works within our schedule. We feel that it gives flexibility to continue to do the tasks that are fun that need to be done. We've done some farmers markets in the past up in Neenah, so if you're watching, you may have seen us there. But yeah, it's definitely an open door, and you really get to see and experience the farm firsthand. And if it's your first time out, let us know, and we're happy to show you and share some knowledge and some fun animals. Springtime's actually the best for these types of tours. All of the animals are much cuter when they're little.
That's when the babies are there. So you heard it here first. If you want to take the full farm tour, head out to the G Farm next spring. And Justin, shifting gears just a little bit, you've been a longtime supporter of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. Can you tell us what prompted you to get involved?
I can. I have. I don't try to do everything on the farm, and one of the areas that I'm not interested in doing is having beehives. And with our practices, it really is conducive to a beekeeper and having the natural pollinators around and all that good stuff. So my beekeeper at that time asked me why I wasn't a part of it, and so I thought about it, and I signed up at that point. I think that I'm in the 500 range. I was trying to find out to know exactly where I stood, but yeah, I was early on compared to where, and the growth that I've seen over the last couple of years here has been awesome. So definitely want to see more of that and support some more folks getting in there. So we raise a couple of different pigs. These are Idaho pastured pigs. Same as all the rest of the animals. We do keep them out on pasture. This is actually spent grain that they're munching on right now from a brewery, and we like to supplement and reduce the amount of waste that goes into the landfills, and we just feel that it's adequate feed. It's got about 40% of its feed ability or protein left in it. So yeah, that's a part of what we're doing out here. So
well, I just looked you up, and we've got you with probably one of the best member numbers. You are member number 500 on the dot. On the dot. So that's an easy one to remember. I remember when we got to that point, it was a big deal. So thank you for becoming member owner number 500. And thank you for giving us the tour of the farm today. If you were to give a message out to somebody who might be watching right now, thinking about joining the Oshkosh Food Co-op, what would you tell them?
You guys are tremendously organized, and to be fully supportive of what you guys are doing is absolutely necessary for the community to be a thriving group of community members. And definitely, what you guys are doing is going to bring food down to a space that needs it. Healthy food from local farmers is going to support us doing what we're doing. And yeah, I don't see any reason why folks shouldn't be joining up for membership in the Oshkosh Food Co-op. It's a no-brainer for me.
Well, that's awesome. When you think about the impact that the presence of a co-op might have on local farms and local producers like you, what do you think the impact will be?
I missed the first part of that. I'm sorry.
When you think about the impact that a food co-op might have on local producers or local farms like yours, what do you think that impact might be?
We're limited by the amount of product that we're, it will inevitably help every producer locally. Just the way that to scale, so my little on-farm store is got limitations. Folks from Oshkosh aren't going to always be traveling up here. Folks from Appleton aren't able to come out here. It's a little bit of a drive. But to be able to bring that product to a central location with a much larger population is going to allow us for growth, so you can continue to see the types of food practices, food management, animal management that you want to see. So it's important for us farmers to be able to get you that product on a regular basis too, because farmers markets, they're only open for one day a week for half the year, right? So to be open and available all of the time, or not all of the time, I don't know that you're doing 24/7 there, but on a regular basis, that's fantastic and really allows growth to happen where I would be able to see my dreams to be a farmer full time.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your farm and your story with us and those words of inspiration today. We really appreciate the time that you've spent with us and for your support of the project. It's really exciting to know that we have support from local growers and producers who are excited about having, as you said, that central location where shoppers who want to support locally grown, sustainably grown practices can purchase from local producers. So thanks, Justin, and enjoy the rest of the day. As you heard, the G store, the G Farm store is open from 9 to 1 today. So if you are looking for, take a little drive and enjoy a little bit of scenery. The fall colors are beautiful right now. Head on out to the G Farm, open till 1 today. Thanks for your time, Justin. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Thanks. If you're just tuning in, you are catching Co-op Grow Up Live. Now, this is a 2-day live stream event to introduce you to some of the people who are behind the effort to open a community-owned grocery store in Oshkosh's Central City. We started the day, we're trying to raise our member numbers, and we started the day with 1,345 members. We have since added a few new members to our member board, and we'd be happy to add your name to it as well. So I'd like to give a shout out to and welcome to Joy L, to Katie S, to Jean C, and to Andy M, as well as Ann M, who I haven't yet had a chance to put up on the member board. We're up to 1,350 member owners as of right now, and we are hoping that we will continue to add to that member count as the day goes on. We've got a great lineup, and each hour we've got special incentives going on. So for anyone who joins between now and noon, we've got a free sample pack gift card from Thunderbird Bakery here in Oshkosh, and on that, in that sample pack, you will receive a seasonal fruit galette, a cinnamon roll, a chocolate croissant, and a classic croissant. This will be delivered to your house, ding and drop style, so contactless delivery today. The gift certificate will be delivered today. So if you go to our website right now, OshkoshFoodCoop.com/join, and you fill out the membership form, you will be able to have that delivered directly to you today. We've got different incentives each hour, and at the end of the weekend, for anyone who joins between now and Sunday at 11:59 p.m., we've got an amazing gift basket drawing, a grand prize basket drawing that we'll be making for anyone who signs up to become a member owner of the food co-op this weekend. And that drawing will take place next week. The value of that grand prize basket is more than $400. So it's an amazing grand prize basket. We've got some great interviews lined up for the rest of the day. Next up, we're going to talk with Trent Wester, who is the owner of Thunderbird Bakery, and he's going to talk to us about sourdough starters and bread, and we're really excited to hear from Trent.
Good morning, everybody. We are here at Thunderbird Bakery with Trent Wester, and he's going to talk to us about some sourdough today. How are you, Trent?
I'm doing good.
Good. Well, first of all, we would love to hear about when you joined the Oshkosh Food Co-op and why you chose to become a member owner.
Yeah, I joined the co-op shortly after moving to Oshkosh a couple of years ago, and I joined to keep my money local and invest in the health of our community.
That is awesome. So we are curious, Thunderbird Bakery has been at the farmers market the last few years, and now we're here at your kitchen. How did you start baking sourdough bread?
I started baking as a child with my family and my mom, and then started doing sourdough when I moved to Wisconsin to make it through the cold winters here.
That's great. And how did you decide then to start selling at the farmers market?
Well, we employed the cookie bill here in Oshkosh, or here in Wisconsin, and used that to be able to bake at home and try out our recipes at the market and see if there was any demand for it.
Great. And how did that go the first couple years?
It went great. We sold as much as we could make, and quickly learned that a home kitchen that is not quite prepared for the influx of demand that we got from our customers.
Great. So when did you build this kitchen here?
We started building this kitchen last summer and finished it about this time last year, and opened our doors right before Thanksgiving, just in time for the big winter seasonal rush.
Great. So we are talking about sourdough today, like I mentioned. A lot of people have been working on sourdough over the quarantine and over this COVID time, and it's sort of turned into a craze. So we're curious if you could tell us, first of all, what is sourdough?
Sourdough is a style of making bread that predates modern yeast. It's a method where you take flour and water and let it ferment with its natural bacteria and use that as an leavening agent to make the bread.
Okay, and where do those natural bacteria come from? How do they get into the starter?
They are naturally occurring in the flour and in the water, or in the air and on your hands. The method, similarly to other fermented products, is making an environment where the good bacteria grow and the bad bacteria don't.
Gotcha. So where did you get your first starter, or how did you start yours at home first?
Well, we started our own at home, and it was a slow process, as most people will understand, of just taking flour and water and mixing it together, and it doesn't do much the first few times, and then it starts to grow slowly, and then over time it develops some steam. We used that for a long time until coming in contact with a bakery out of Bozeman, Montana, and they got their starter from France, and so we stole a little piece of theirs, and that's where we use our starter from now.
Yeah, and when you're talking about it working and seeing, what are you looking for in the starter to know that it's alive?
Yeah, so whenever you mix your starter, your flour, water, and starter mixture, it's going to have kind of a cornmeal-y texture with no life in it at all. And then after about 12 hours, you'll see it double in size and get real airy and fluffy before it eventually runs out of steam and dies. And so seeing that doubling of volume over that time and how quickly and lively it does that is how well your starter is working. Okay, and what causes that increase in volume? What air is in there? The bacteria is going to eat the sugars in the flour, and then the byproduct of that is acid and gas. And the acid is the sour that you taste, and the gas is the gas that increases that volume. Gotcha. So at home, if you're baking bread, how often do you need to be feeding your starter? I would say every 8 to 12 hours to start. Eventually you can get to where you do it once a day, or if you want to, depending on the temperature that you store it at, you can even do it once a week if you leave it in the fridge, but it just takes a little bit. After leaving it in the fridge, you need to refresh it a few times at room temperature to get it back in the game and ready to make bread. Okay. And you, do you think that it's a easy thing to learn, or is there a good learning curve with it? I would say if you're wanting to make bread and feel really good about your bread, just use yeast. It's much easier, it makes you feel good about yourself, and it gives you a great product. If you really want to dive deep into the best bread that you can make and really find that an exciting challenge, then sourdough may be better for you. Are you willing to share some of your starter with somebody who's looking to get started? Of course. We throw away buckets of starter every week in our compost because that's just kind of the way starter works. You have to get rid of a lot of it and just use a little bit to inoculate the next thing. So we always have lots of extra, and we'd be happy to share. Okay, great. Well, why don't you go ahead and feed your starters here at the bakery, and we will ask some more questions as we go, if that's all right. So real quick, we have 3 starters here. We do a rye starter, a whole wheat starter, and then an AP starter. What does AP stand for? All-purpose starter. So it's just white flour. And we use our white flour for our our puff pastries, our croissants, chocolate croissants, cinnamon rolls. Then we have our regular bread and our rye bread. We use a rye starter for our rye bread. It gives it a little bit more livelihood. So whenever we make our starter, we start with 200 grams of water.
And is that filtered water, hot water, cold water? What kind of water we got here?
I would say room temperature water. It doesn't really need to be filtered. Any of those little things in the filtered water help it, depending on what it is, will either help or hinder it grow. If you find that you have problems with it growing, then filtered water might be a choice, but most people don't necessarily use filtered water.
Sounds good.
So 200 grams of water to 40 grams of starter. And we like to use our hands here whenever we can and really embrace it.
And from what you've learned, do most bakers use their hands to mix up their starter?
Yes, absolutely. Until you get to a point where it's too big and it's too much.
Sure.
Mix. So we have 200 grams of water, 40 grams of starter, and then another 200 grams of flour.
Okay.
So it's usually equal parts water and flour, and then 10% of the total of your starter.
Okay, so that's starter from yesterday that has been fed and has been used in different products here at the bakery and now has sort of collapsed and ran out of fuel, correct?
Correct. And then we just mix it up by hand. Get a little dirty. And then we use a little scraper to keep everything nice and clean.
Is that about the volume that someone can do at home as well?
Yeah, if you're just wanting to keep your starter, you could even cut that in half and do 100 grams of water, 100 grams of flour, and 20 grams of starter. Somewhere around a tablespoon is probably all you really need to get going.
For baking?
Well, for keeping your starter.
Okay.
And then once we get ready to bake, we'll use this to make a larger thing that we call our pre-ferment. And then that is what we use to make the bread. So this is just a holding place to keep it alive for a little while. And eventually we grow this and grow this depending on how big the batch is. When we have a nice big batch of bread for the farmer's market, 100 loaves of bread or more, your starter comes in multiple gallons.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically we just repeat that process with all the different starters, but with our country, we do the same 200 grams of water.
So this is the country, did you say?
Yes, this is going to be our whole wheat country starter. And then we do the same 40 grams of starter.
So why can't you use the same starter for all different types of bread?
Well, we don't want to have our whole wheat flour in our AP pastries because it adds different texture and flavors. And then the rye, we're training it to feed off of the fuel that we're going to later use on it.
Gotcha.
So if we take the rye starter and use it to make pastries, it'll work just fine, but the AP is better at it. It's got the practice. So when we use whole wheat, we do 50% whole wheat, 50% bread flour, just to give it a little bit more. We do the same thing with our rye. And we always weigh out our ingredients because it's much more precise than measuring it by volume. Plus it gives you, it's much easier to scale up. If you want to do 1.5 times, then the math is much easier than with cups. All right.
When you were first learning this at home, sourdough bread making, what were some of the biggest lessons you learned in the beginning?
One of the biggest lessons I learned early on, and was not easy to learn, was that the health of your starter has everything to do with the size of your eventual loaf and the quality of it. Sometimes you feel like you do everything the same, but it just doesn't come out the same, and it's probably because your starter wasn't happy to start with. between that and when you're baking off bread, it's all about steam. You got to keep the steam in the oven, which is hard to do in a typical home oven. And so we use a Dutch oven, or we used a Dutch oven when we were cooking in a typical oven. But now we've upgraded to the big ovens that have steam injection that help the bread rise.
Great.
So there you are. That's our 3 starters. And then we will keep these alive every day. And whenever the bakery is moving at full steam, these will look much larger.
Great. So the co-op, the building is being built right now, and they're looking to open mid-summer next year. How do you think that the co-op opening may affect your bakery?
Well, hopefully, we have put in our application to sell our bread there, and we hope to be able to utilize the space to get our bread out to our customers in a more reliable fashion. Other than if any of you have bought our bread at the farmer's market and look forward to it, then you all know how frustrating a rainy Saturday morning can be. So we're hoping to just have a little more reliable means for selling.
Yeah, so a place where you could find your bread every day of the week is the goal.
Not to mention, we do lots of things that include other products other than flour, and we hope to get those products from local vendors through the co-op as well.
Great. Anything else any last tips or tricks you want to tell people about making sourdough bread at home?
I would say just don't be shy and don't be afraid to fail, because you will, and you'll get better every time.
Great. Well, ThunderbirdBakery.com is your website. Where can we find you right now?
On Instagram at Thunderbird Bakery, or the website Thunderbird.
Sure. And if we want to purchase your products, where can we find them?
Thank you so much, Trent. It was great to hear about the bakery. It was great to get some of those tips for sourdough. I know during the pandemic, a lot of people have taken up bread making as a hobby and are maybe trying some things that they haven't tried before. So a lot of sourdough starters probably out there, and people wondering how they can improve their bread making. So thanks so much for sharing those tips and tricks. If you are just joining us, I want to introduce myself. I am Brenda Haynes. I'm the current board president of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And thank you so much for joining in to Co-op Grow Up Live. This is a 2-day live stream event that we are doing to raise awareness and memberships in the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And I want to tell you a little bit about that effort. Today, over the next 2 days, today and tomorrow, you're going to have the chance to meet some of the people who are behind this effort to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. If you haven't heard about our project before, we are hoping to open a 4,500 square foot retail space, about 6,500 square feet overall, at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. We have leased first floor retail space in the Brio building. It's a new building that is being constructed by Merge Urban Development at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. The construction is currently underway, so if you've been to the site recently or you've driven by on Jackson, you may have seen the construction work that is happening on the site. We can see that the concrete structure for the first floor is up, and the wood framing for the 4 stories of apartment buildings is just getting underway. That building construction is expected to take through summer of 2021.
Good morning, everybody. We are here at Thunderbird
in about April of 2021, and we're hoping to open the store late summer, early fall of 2021. So that's the current timeline for this project. Now, you might be asking, what is a food co-op? A food co-op is a member-owned grocery store. So much like a credit union is a member-owned financial institution, a food co-op is a member-owned grocery store. And the vision for the Oshkosh Food Co-op is really built around 3 ideas. 1, to strengthen the local economy. 2, to promote health, and 3rd, to build community. And so I'll talk a little bit about each of the motivating factors here behind this project. The first, strengthening the local economy, is really built around being able to source goods and sell locally produced goods in the store. So you've met already this morning some of the suppliers or some of the potential suppliers to the store who've applied to sell in the store. You just heard from Thunderbird Bakery. They are interested in selling their bread in the store. Earlier this morning, you heard from Justin Duell at the G Farm about the benefits to local growers and producers to be able to have a 7-day-a-week grocery store where they can sell the goods that they produce. So we're absolutely delighted, and we believe that one of the real strengths of this community-owned grocery store will be to provide an outlet or a venue for local growers and producers. So that's the first leg of our vision. The second leg of the vision for this project is really around promoting health. The store will be located, as I mentioned, at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh, and that is an area that is currently called a food desert by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Now, what that means as a food desert is that the store is located in an area where if you don't have adequate transportation, you can't easily get to a grocery store that has fresh produce. So we are hoping by locating at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue that we'll be able to help address that issue by making fresh produce more accessible to folks who live in the central city. Right now, that area is underserved, and that's part of the reason that we chose the location and the Brio building as the future home of the store, because we know that people who live in the area, if they don't have adequate transportation, may need to currently shop for their groceries at a gas station, at a convenience store, at a dollar store, and we want to add to the food options that are available within the central city. The third leg of the stool, the third leg of the vision behind this project is really around building community. And we envisioned the Oshkosh Food Co-op being a place that becomes the community's kitchen table. So one of our sponsors is the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation. They have invested in the project through a social impact investment fund loan to the store. And we will be having a seating area, a small seating area at the front of the store in their name based on their investment. And we're very pleased to be able to offer that. We imagine people gathering over a cup of coffee or grabbing something from the grab and go deli and being able to enjoy that over lunch or after work or on a break. Students may be coming to grab a bit of food and maybe taking a study break away from their dorm or their off-campus housing. We envision the co-op being a very lively place. We're hopeful that people feel very welcome there. One of the other ways that we are hoping to build community is through a partnership that we've established with the Women's Fund of the Oshkosh Area Community Foundation, and that's for something called the Chatty Checkout. Now, this is an idea that we are importing specifically from a couple of grocery chains in Europe, where there's an intentional slow lane in the grocery store. And the idea for the Chatty Checkout is really, if you're someone who might like to spend just a few extra minutes chatting, maybe about the weather, maybe about sports, maybe about something that's happening in the community, we've got a slow lane for you. And it's intended to just be that little extra bit of contact. We hear a lot today about how social isolation, even pre-pandemic, was a problem. And so this is one way that we believe that we can help address that issue. So those are some of the pieces of the vision for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, and part of the reason that 1,350 people have already signed up to become member owners of the store, because that's what a co-op is. It is a member-owned business. And so that means that when you become a member, you're actually purchasing an ownership share in the store. Now, if that's something that you're interested in learning more about, memberships cost $180. It's a lifetime membership, and you can either pay for it all at once, or you can make $11 a month payments to join the co-op. We have both options available on our website at oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. And because this is a very special co-op, grow-op live stream weekend, we actually also have some incentives for people who join this weekend. One of those incentives that's happening from now until 1 p.m. if you join, we've got some heirloom pumpkins from Borson Farms. These are organically grown pumpkins, and we will have pumpkins available to anyone who joins the co-op between now and 1 p.m. So we're delighted, and thank you to Borson Farms for sponsoring these little carving pumpkins. They are really cute, and they're also an heirloom variety. They're beautiful, beautifully grown, and we're very excited to be able to offer those to the first 6 new members who join between now and 1 p.m. Speaking of new members who've joined, I want to give a special shout out to a few new people who have become member owners of the co-op today. We started the morning with 1,345 members. We're already up to 1,350, and we're grateful to those member owners, which includes Joy L, Katie S, Jean C, Andy M, and Ann M. Thank you so much for becoming member owners of the co-op. We're glad to have you on board with this project. As a member owner, when you become a member owner, we will provide to you a member card that will have your member number on it. And in addition to the member card, if you join today, as I mentioned, we do have some special incentives. So today we have these, for this hour, we have these heirloom pumpkins, and this is just part of a special promotion for Co-op Grow Up Live. These are sponsored by Borson Farms. So thank you very much, Danielle, who we're going to talk to next. As we continue with our Co-op Grow Up. Also this hour, in addition to talking to Danielle from Borson Farms, we're going to interview Carrie Uselman. Carrie's the owner of Wellness Essentials, and she's going to do a little food prep demo. So get your taste buds salivating, I'm sure, between those two presentations. We've got some other great segments coming up. We've got a tour of vines and rushes out in Berlin Ripon area. We're going to talk to Drew Miskey from Offbeat Press and Hype Visual about the rebrand and new logo for the Oshkosh Food Co-op that's coming up. We're going to talk with Deb Toman from Atomic Cats, and we're going to meet Deb Summerhalder from Inner Sun Yoga, and then also Shonda Anderson from Caramel Crisp. So we've got a great lineup today of member owners who we're going to be talking to about not only their businesses, but also their reasons for supporting the Oshkosh Food Co-op. We've heard from a few member owners already this morning. We started the morning with Natalie Johnson and Michelle Schmid. Michelle Schmid, who's the manager of the farmers market, and she talked about having a vision for a strong local food economy and how the farmers market really complements the work that the food co-op is doing, in large part because we both are helping bring more attention to the local producers, local farms, who are likely to be suppliers both at the farmers market as well as the store. We've also spoken with Ken Osmond today from Planet Perk, and we heard Ken talk about how they very intentionally source what they sell within Planet Perk. He said the average restaurant food travels about 1,500 miles, and they've tried to break that model and really source things locally. So local focus, that's really who Planet Perk is, and they got behind the Oshkosh Food Co-op project, he said, because in his words, if you want to associate with local people who want to come together, roll up their sleeves, get something done, this group is a group that's doing that, and it's going to be great products from people you know. So that was his reason for supporting the Oshkosh Food Co-op. We heard from Leanne Schneider, who talked about the importance of aligning as a business owner. She owns Embody Yoga, the importance of aligning a business with a progressive, healthy initiative that helps promote health. And so that's why she has chosen to get involved in the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And then we also heard from Marlo and Patricia Ambis. Marlo and Patricia own Manila Resto in downtown Oshkosh. It's a Filipino and sushi restaurant. If you haven't tried it, it's a great location. And they referenced the fun that it has been. They were founding members, so they're, I think, member owner number 90 out of the 1,350 member owners that we have now. And they talked about the fun in being a founding member and being able to look at the progress that's being made in getting the store ready to open. As we mentioned, the store will be located at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh. And we've leased about 10,000 square feet. We are planning a retail store of about 4,500 square feet with a back office, shipping, receiving office area of about 1,500 square feet. And then we're planning to lease out about 2,000 square feet of extra space. And that's our future growth space for the store. So we're really excited about this project. when the Oshkosh Food Co-op opens, it will be Northeast Wisconsin's first food co-op. So there are food co-ops located in other communities around the state. If you're a member owner right now and you shopped at one of the co-ops I'm about to mention, throw a little love on there if you would. Willie Street Co-op in Madison is one. Outpost Natural Foods in Milwaukee is another. Menominee Market Food Co-op, our Mentor Co-op is another. Just Local Foods in Eau Claire, People's Food Co-op in La Crosse and Rochester. Those are other food co-ops that are located in Wisconsin. So Wisconsin has a really strong food co-op culture. We just don't happen to have a food co-op yet in Northeast Wisconsin. And the 1,350 member owners who have already signed on to this effort are helping to bring a co-op here. So we're hoping that you might join us in that effort, or you might help us spread the word and ask friends, family members, neighbors to join. So if you're watching right now and you haven't already, we'd love for you to click share on our live stream and share it out to your Facebook group, or tag somebody in the comments, somebody who might be interested in learning more about this project. We would love to have them become member owners. As I said, if they become member owners this hour, we've got these beautiful pumpkins from Borson Farms. These are heirloom, organically grown pumpkins, and you will get one of these if you join the Oshkosh Food Co-op between now and 1 p.m. So that's our giveaway. And then I also want to tell you about the amazing prize basket that we have, grand prize basket for anyone who joins the co-op between now and Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Now check this out. This grand prize basket, which I'm hoping we can have a photo of on the screen, this grand prize basket is valued at $432. So it includes gift certificates from Organic Valley, a 6-pack from Bare Bones Brewery, a bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes, a bottle of maple syrup from Uncle Mike's. It includes Whiskey Pig Whiskey donated by the Howard. It includes a gift certificate from TJ's Highland Steakhouse. It includes a handcrafted Oshkosh Food Co-op member wood plaque from member owner Tom Molnitsky, handcrafted. It includes a bottle of wine from Gardina's, 2 shirts and 2 hankies from Jazzercise, and it includes a Copper Hall gift certificate, that's a new event venue, as well as some chocolates, delicious, from Oaks. And the total prize basket value is $432. So we're so grateful to all of those sponsors who are supporting this. And again, if you join anytime between now and Sunday night at 11:59 p.m., you can be entered to win that grand prize basket in addition to the hourly incentives that we are giving away for people who become new member owners of the co-op. To join, visit our website, OshkoshFoodCoop.com/join. That is the fastest and easiest way. And there are 2 ways that you can join. You can join by making an all-in-one payment, or you can spread your payments over 18 months. So it's $180 one time, lifetime, or $11 a month over 18 months. So we're trying to make it accessible for people to join, and we hope that you will consider joining us. Now, speaking of local growers and producers, we want to head back down to the farmers market. We have met earlier today a couple of folks at the market, Michelle Schmid being one. We're going to head back down to Alex Hummel, who is with Danielle Borson of Borson Farms. Hi, Alex. How are you doing? I'm going to ask you to turn off the mute button before we get started and introduce us to Danielle Borson from Borson Farms.
Hey, Brenda. Are we coming through loud and clear? How do we sound here from downtown Oshkosh?
You sound great. Thank you, Alex. Good to see you.
Thank you. We're competing a little bit with the locomotive right now. So, and I mean the song, not the actual locomotive. So it's a lively, vibrant time here downtown Oshkosh. Yes, I am joined here by our dear friend and co-op member, Danielle Borson of Borson Farms.
Hi there.
Thanks for joining us today.
It's great to be here.
You've been busy today.
It's been a good day.
Pretty good. It's a beautiful day at the farmers market.
Yep, people are coming out. Not too many, but enough. So it's been a lovely day here in downtown Oshkosh.
Yeah, people have been really respecting that balance we need for safety, and but still, loading up on produce and supporting our local farmers. So that's pretty cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Danielle, tell us a little bit about Borson Farm. Give us where's it at, and what's it like? How big is your farm, and what do you produce?
All right. Well, Borson Farm is about 40 minutes west of Oshkosh, over between Ripon and Green Lake in Green Lake County. And we are currently at our new site, which we've been at for just under 2 seasons. we've been in business since 2008, and we are a mixed farm. We've got grass-fed beef. We do certified organic vegetables, and we market those here at the Farmers Market and at the Green Lake Farmers Market, as well as through a CSA program. And we also raise laying hens, so the demand for eggs is somewhat met by our supply of farm fresh pasture-raised eggs.
Awesome. You mentioned a key term there, CSA. For those of us who don't know and watching here today, again, we're with Daniel Borson, the Borson Farm at the Oshkosh Farmers Market. What is CSA? Tell us about that, how it works.
Sure. So CSA stands for Community Supported Agriculture, which is a relevant theme today. And that is a share program where people become members of our farm and they participate for a season or hopefully longer, and they're getting a share of what we harvest. So every week it changes, but they commit, and we are customizable, so people can do some picking and choosing, but they're on board from kale to zucchini and everything on the other side.
Okay. Awesome. And you are co-op members, Oshkosh co-op members, since we've asked you this question of everybody we talk to, which includes the manager of the market, yoga entrepreneur, and
Sure.
store owner up here, and studio owner. What's your why? Why did you decide to become a member of the Oshkosh Food Co-op?
Well, there's a little bit of history for my husband, Matt, and I. Before we even moved back to Wisconsin, we were in the Twin Cities, and we were members of North Country Co-op in Minneapolis. And when we moved back to Wisconsin, we became members of Willie Street. But we were thinking, gosh, it's a shame that we have to have a carbon footprint in order to go to a co-op. And so driving to Madison, it was doable, but as soon as we found out that Oshkosh was developing a co-op, we were very psyched, because this meant that we could become members, we could get things that aren't necessarily available at the local grocery store chains, and right here in Oshkosh. So it was a no-brainer.
That's awesome. Thank you. Appreciate that. We were showing off the Borson Farm pumpkins earlier as part of our giveaway. Tell us about the pumpkin project. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. It's a special project for your family. It sounds like one of your sons was behind it.
Yeah, we have two boys, Henry and Shep, and they've for years talked about having their own enterprise. And finally we got Shep set up with pumpkins, so he did all the seeding and transplanting and kind of manage them in the field and help with the harvest. And so he had his 200 plus pumpkins, and he's been
200 plus.
Yeah, he did well for his first run. Wow. And some of those pumpkins were donated for the giveaway. Great. And we're excited that it worked out, because kind of teaching the kids to connect the dots between the farm and working with customers, and yeah, it's worked out well this year.
Absolutely. And what I love too about your booth at the farmers market is it's a family affair. We've got Henry over here who's joining you every week, I know. And it is a family farm. Your farm's a family farm. You're all kind of involved in it. And that's important. And that's kind of, I guess, part of the heritage here in Wisconsin too, right? Farming is a family affair.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're definitely all in it together. We're both, my husband and I, full-time on the farm. And so being able to involve the kids is helpful, because they're with us, they're in this no matter what. And so we're glad that they have some interest.
Awesome. Yeah. You can talk a little bit about, you mentioned you used to go to the Willie Street Co-op, which is obviously one of the biggest, probably one of the most well-known in Wisconsin.
Yes.
It's in Madison, obviously, the capital city. But what about, and you're now closer to home with the Oshkosh Food Market Co-op, rather than the store up, which would be great. Sustainability is a big part of what we do, and we want to be local, and we want to lessen that carbon footprint. Is that kind of something that your farm is built on too? How you raise your vegetables and your produce? Is that sort of the philosophy behind what you do on the farm too?
It definitely is. We are in farming because we were asking questions, questioning the food supply, questioning the treatment of factory-raised animals, and it eventually led us to become farmers ourselves. And so practices that are good for the soil, primarily good for the environment in general, and practices that give people the assurance that this food was really grown with sustainability in mind. It improves, it's just good all around. It's good for the land and it's good for the people.
And it tastes good too.
That's what
Kind
we
of
hear.
the bottom line, right?
Yeah, it's pretty important.
So I know we had a customer right before we went on live, Brenda. We were talking, and a customer came by and asked about organic. And what does that mean? What does it mean to be organic? And this is one of the things that people want to learn more about. What does it truly mean to be organic? So tell us a little about that. What do you have to do to make something and make sure something is truly organic?
Sure, organic can be a loose term, but in its essence, it's referring to the growing practices, not just the ideology behind them, but the actual practices themselves. So when you grow food organically, you are building soil, you are creating an opportunity for more nutrition, more flavor, taking a lot of the harmful chemicals that are proliferating in our environment out of the equation. And so quality, freshness, flavor, and also the guarantee. And when you're certified, you have to be accountable. You can't just say I'm organic, but you have someone checking in and testing your food for residues, and then you can give the customers that promise that yes, we are doing what we say, and all this adds up to food security and a longer term connection with customers.
Danielle, people also these days are really interested in seeing where their food comes from. So do you ever have opportunities that people can actually come out to your farm and visit or anything like that? Or
Absolutely.
See where, this is where it originated.
Yes, yeah, because we believe that there is something to be said for connecting people to the food source directly. So we do have people come out to the farm for tours. In a normal year, we would do more with schools, colleges, but sometimes it's just a family or a small group. And we have draft horses on our farm as well as the beef herd. So there's a nice diversity of things, conversations to have with people.
Awesome.
And even just like showing someone what it looks like to pull a carrot out of the ground. Sometimes you have kids or even adults who have never connected with the food. Oh, I didn't know Brussels sprouts grew like that, or
right.
Pick a crop, and it's pretty interesting to connect people that way. So we're happy to do tours when it makes sense. And
that's fantastic. School groups too. That's wonderful. So kids get a chance to kind of get out there, get their hands dirty, and see this is where it all comes from.
Absolutely.
That's wonderful. Yeah. Where do people go if they want to learn more about your farm? I'm sure do you have an online website or anything like that?
Yes, we do. So we are at www.borsonfarm.com, and we have a social media presence. So BOERSON is our farm, and if you can find us on social media, there's pictures and stories about things that happen.
Yeah.
The website, we could always do a better job of staying up to date on that, but it tells a little bit of the story and provides information about what we do, where we're located, and how people can contact us if they're interested in becoming members or coming to the farmers market.
So social media, awesome. Like Facebook?
Yes.
Okay. Twitter?
No Twitter.
Okay.
Instagram.
All right.
Yeah, I love to geek out on vegetable photos, so it's my opportunity to let that little inner artist come out, and the food provides the perfect subject matter, and with a backdrop of the pastures and the woodlands, it makes for nice social media posts.
A farm is a beautiful thing.
It really
Instagram
is.
Perfect for it. Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome. So what do you see, in looking into the future here, now that we're seeing the food co-op go up down the way here in Central City, Oshkosh, how do you see interacting with it in the future? Is there opportunities for you, do you think, to not only be a customer, but maybe, who knows, what down the road? Have you thought about those kinds of things and how we might be able to better support you and you support the local food economy?
Yeah, we're definitely excited to be members. So as customers, we will certainly be involved, and Depending on our ability to expand production, we have some interest in providing some products to the co-op if possible. We have options since we are animal and vegetable, so the grass-fed beef is a possibility. But at this point, we're just going to see how it goes as customers.
There's obviously some more hurdles to clear, and there's more things to get done and reviewing and all that good stuff.
Sure.
But it's kind of just the imagination thinking about the opportunities for everybody through the co-op. So that's kind of the idea.
Right. I think that the co-op in and of itself is an opportunity to connect people that may not connect. Not everybody likes to shop the farmer's market, and sometimes people prefer to go into a store. So the co-op is a great place where those connections can be made.
Right.
And just expanding people's options and even perspectives through the food.
Awesome. Great. Hey, we got a couple minutes, I think, here to go. I'm just looking at my producers to see if they've got any time cues from here. We've had a great conversation today. What grew well this year? I know I was here earlier this year, and I fell in love with, this is going to sound weird, but they are delicious. White cucumbers. They were so good. They were so crisp and delicious. We came down here, it was like, it became our new habit. We had to buy them every week. What else was good this year for you at the farm?
Well, the humble onion has really shown. It was a beautiful year for onions, and we have a rock solid supply.
Yeah.
Carrots, they always deliver, and they're kind of a trademark for us. Good year for the carrots, and right now we've got our rainbow carrots out, so people get excited about something different. The diversity, not every carrot is orange. You got a rainbow.
We are getting right now to the end here. So, Danielle, I want to say thank you. Henry, good job. Good to see you. And thanks for doing this. We really appreciate it. We're so glad you're a member.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for the opportunity. It's good to talk to you.
Awesome. Appreciate your time.
You bet.
All right, Brenda, we're going to throw it back to you.
Over and out.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Alex. Thank you, Danielle. And how much do we love hearing the backstory on these pumpkins, which actually were grown by Shep Borson. We're getting the backstory from talking with Danielle. So these were part of her son's project to take on his own farm production. And this is the incentive that we have this hour. So these heirloom organically grown pumpkins are what you'll receive if you become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op between now and 1 o'clock p.m. So this is an amazing little giveaway, and we're excited to share those with the first 6 member owners who join between now and 1 p.m. Now, if you're just tuning in and you got to catch the end of Borson Farms interview, what we'd love to have happen is shout out a little, throw a little love their way on Facebook. If you could, tap that little heart. And if you haven't already, and you would, we'd be grateful if you'd share our live stream. This is Co-op Grow Up Live. It's a 2-day live stream event to raise awareness of and members for the Oshkosh Food Co-op. Now, this is an effort to bring a community-owned grocery store right here to Oshkosh, in Oshkosh's Central City. There are food co-ops all around the state in cities like La Crosse, Eau Claire, Madison, Milwaukee, Stevens Point. But the Oshkosh Food Co-op will actually become Northeast Wisconsin's first food co-op. And so as such, we're very proud to have it here in Oshkosh, and we also hope that it will attract member owners from across Northeast Wisconsin. We have members from Neenah, Menasha, Winneconne, Omro, Larson, Fond du Lac. We have Appleton members, Green Bay members. We're very thrilled that this will be the first food co-op in Northeast Wisconsin. The vision behind this project really centers on 3 things. First is supporting local producers and strengthening the local food economy. So we just talked with Borson Farms. That's one example. Earlier today, we talked with Justin Duell from the G Farm. That is another example. These are the local growers and producers, the types of local growers and producers whose products we're hoping to have on store shelves. And co-ops nationally source about 30% of their goods locally. So we're hoping that we can extend that here in Oshkosh. And as we do, we're hoping that we can strengthen the local food economy by providing a 7-day-a-week outlet. You know, the farmers market is a great place to shop in the summer and at the winter market to pick up locally grown goods. But if you're out of town over the weekend, you may miss a Saturday and you can't get there. We're hoping by having the food co-op that local producers will have a 7-day-a-week place where they can have their goods be available to folks who are interested in purchasing locally produced goods. Of course, locally produced goods, you can get to know the farm, you can get to know the farmer. It reduces the transportation time. The vegetables and produce tends to be fresher, better tasting, and we can also lower our carbon footprint and affect the climate by doing that. So those are just some of the reasons that we believe that the Oshkosh Food Co-op will help strengthen the local food economy. Another reason for supporting this project, that people have gotten behind this project, is that we'll be located at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh in the Brio building. So on the first floor of the Brio building, we have leased a 10,000 square foot retail space. We will have we expect to have about 4,500 square feet for our retail store. We've got about 1,500 square feet for shipping, receiving, back office kinds of stuff. And then we'll have about a few thousand square feet that we lease out to a tenant. That's our future growth space. So that's the plan. Again, the Brio building just under construction at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. The location is walkable, bikeable on the bus line. We've got 37 parking spaces that'll be dedicated to the food co-op. We're a block and a half off the river. So if you want to boat there, you can do that as well. So the location is very accessible. To become a member owner means to buy an ownership share in the food co-op and help make this project happen. We can't do this without member owners who are willing to help make this project happen. You're meeting some of the people behind the project this weekend. They, like you, to become a member owner, bought a $180 one-time share in the co-op. And you can either pay that all at once, that $180 for your share, or you can make $11 monthly payments for 18 months. That's how the food co-op works. And as an owner, you become a voting member. So you get to elect the board of directors and weigh in on those decisions. And then as the store becomes successful, we will have additional member benefits for our owners. So we're very excited about this project, very excited to be bringing the first food co-op to Northeast Wisconsin here in Oshkosh. And if you become a member owner this hour between now and 1 o'clock, we've got these awesome heirloom organically grown pumpkins from Shep Borson Farms. This was his project, first time farm project for this little guy, and we are delighted to offer those as the incentive for joining this hour. So we're very pleased to have that offer to you. If you join between now and 11:59 p.m. tomorrow, we'll also enter you to win a grand prize in our drawing for a grand prize basket that's valued at more than $430, and it's filled with goodies from local organizations. So we're very excited to do that. Our next member owner who you are going to meet is Carrie Usselman, and she is with Chris Arnold, one of our field reporters. And Carrie is the owner of Wellness Essentials, and she's going to do a little food demonstration. I'm thinking that we're not doing a food demonstration with the fish, though, Chris. So let's throw it over to you and see what's going on.
That is true. I am Chris. I am member number 504, and this is Cornelius. And Cornelius is human, is member number 612, Carrie Usselman, who's going to make us a salad.
We're going to start and get right into it. So today I'm making a kale sprouted quinoa salad. And the first thing you do, and I want to show you how, this is 1 cup of cooked quinoa. It really magnifies. So I take 1 cup and I add actually half a cup, and I put 1 cup of water. So that's double. But look at how much that plumps up. So this was soaked overnight, and the reason you soak quinoa, there's a couple of reasons. One, when you soak it, it sprouts, so it's much more vibrant, and then you get the bitterness out of. So what I do once it's sprouted, you really want to rinse the quinoa to get all the bitterness out. And for those who have tried quinoa and don't like it, it's really quite lovely once it's soaked and rinsed. It doesn't have that bitter taste to it. So you soak it. rinse it, and cook it. And because it's been soaked, when you cook it, you add just a little bit more water in the pan. So I've pre-cooked this, and actually this is a 1 cup soak. So 1 cup of soaked quinoa made 4 cups of cooked quinoa, and this cooked in about 8 minutes. So that's preparing the quinoa. I picked some kale this morning from my garden, and I tore it up, but this is how simple this is. You just take the kale leaf and you detach it and you rip it. Super simple. And then I have some parsley in my garden, and so I cut that in advance, but I like to take a kitchen scissors, and this just cuts down on the prep time.
You're really just throwing stuff in there.
I am just throwing it in, and I also had a little basil left, and that always gives a nice flavor. But you can really do anything. You don't have to put the parsley or the basil in. You can just do the kale. I like a few herbs. I had them. Now I'm going to massage the kale. So I pre-poured a tablespoon of oil. I like to use olive or avocado, cold pressed, and a 1/4 teaspoon of salt. And so
That salt was pink.
It was pink salt. It's Morton salt actually is very toxic. It's bleached 5 times, and that's what gives people hyper, tension, makes you swell. But pink salt doesn't. I learned about pink salt from a cardiologist that I did some muscle testing training with. Look at it, it's flying all over. And he taught me about pink salt, and the quality matters, and it's actually full of minerals, so you're hydrating your cells. So when the kale looks like it's been steamed, right? It looks different now.
Oh, it does.
That's perfect. I'm also going to add 2 tablespoons of lemon juice and put that in there. So we have a tablespoon of oil, a teaspoon of salt, and 2 tablespoons of lemon. And now I'm going to take the quinoa. My hands are clean. I do. And I cut up some garden tomatoes. Actually, these are from the farmer's market. And you can add whatever you like to one of these salads. I like to add hemp seed because they're so protein rich. Along the kale is and the quinoa. So this bowl right here has probably 50 grams of protein in it, which a lot of times people are shocked. Yes, I'm going to mix it a little bit more. Okay. I'm also going to add some avocado. So the best way to cut an avocado, I think, for me anyway, is you just cut it one direction and the other.
Just dice it up.
Yep, and then I scoop it with a spoon. You hold it, and it comes out in little chunks, which is lovely. And an easy way to cut a tomato, you hold it and you cut it one way and turn it and cut it this way. So I like to cut my tomatoes in quarters, and we're going to mix it a little bit more. Look at how pretty that's looking. I know it's flying everywhere, but you can tidy up afterwards if you make this at home. And then I have a few walnuts. That's about 1/3 cup. Add a nice little crunch and some more brain food.
Yeah.
And I always like to taste this, and I made a little bit more dressing. I don't think this quite has enough. And it doesn't. So here, I'm going to wash my hands, rinse them. In this little salad dressing, I have 2 tablespoons of lemon juice. I have 1 tablespoon of balsamic vinegar, 1 tablespoon of Bragg's, which is a really healthy version for soy sauce. It's made out of soy, non-GMO, and that's all that's in there. It's fermented. It's a full amino acid profile. Oh my goodness. I can breathe. You don't want to breathe in the kale.
Oh dear. Don't breathe in the kale.
I hope people are laughing. I'm so sorry. Okay. This is terrible that I'm doing this. Okay. I think water's coming. There's 3 tablespoons of oil. I'm just gonna thank you.
There we have water on the way.
Don't want to cough on the salad.
So I'm going to close up on the salad, and look how beautiful that is. All of these ingredients will be the kind of things that you can find at the co-op, I assume.
Yes.
Kale, quinoa. Now, when I first discovered quinoa, I thought it was pronounced quinoa, because that's how it's spelled. Quinoa. But it's not.
Quinoa.
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 So,
an ancient grain. It's been around for thousands of years. And look at, that's what I get for swallowing
Oh,
a
dear.
plate of quinoa. And 1 cup of quinoa actually has 8 grams of protein in it as well. So now the salad is quite lovely, and we'll enjoy that after this little segment. So that part is
Yeah.
complete. And look at,
So-
I made that in about, what, 5 minutes?
yeah, 5 minutes. So healthy eating is not just a hobby of yours. This is part of kind of what you do for your career.
I do. I have a holistic wellness practice. It's called Wellness Essentials, and I'm located right downtown at the Harmony Wellness Center. And I would really have to say I've been interested in wellness probably most of my life. My goodness. And back in 2007, I went to a wellness fair in Madison, and this woman had a biofeedback device, and she told me more things about myself than I realized. And it was some grace that came over me, and I'm like, okay, it's time to make a leap of faith. And so
Yeah.
I started my holistic wellness practice, and I do a variety of things. I started with quantum biofeedback. I bring in complex homeopathy. I use herbs. I do muscle testing. I do, cranial. I do cranial sacral therapy, energy work, and sound. Although I think I have a grain of quinoa stuck in
Oh
my
dear.
It's not
So
COVID.
once again, here is a beautiful salad. See, it's lunchtime. Aren't you all jealous?
Okay, I think
Those
I
of
can
you-
see
Okay.
a little bit more clearly now.
Here's Carrie again.
My goodness.
Oh. So this is one of the hazards of
Tasting and
Yeah.
talking at the same time. Yes, and inhaling. So don't do that. Okay.
So
What else, Chris?
you must be glad that the co-op is coming to town because this sounds right up
I'm
your alley.
I'm so excited about the co-op, and I've been a member of a co-op actually since 1982. And I was
Not
in
here.
Madison.
Oh, in Madison.
No,
okay.
Madison was the first co-op I joined, and then I went to grad school in Tallahassee, Florida, and I was part of their co-op. And then when this one was evolving, I know my number 612. I didn't join right away, but when Brenda Haynes came on board, she is such a dynamo, and I've known her for so long. I'm like, she's going to get this rocket and rolling. And look at this beautiful team. Look at the beautiful team of people that are volunteering, and just everybody who's speaking today, coming from different parts of the community. And that's what I think is just so beautiful about this cooperative, collective effort. So there's going to be a place where people can go in the community that's very well, easily accessed, that has things locally, vibrant, fresh, with a soul. I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the co-op.
Vibrant and fresh and with a soul.
Yes, that's true.
It's the
It's
blending
true.
together of community health and wellness and personal health and wellness. that
Yes.
I'm looking forward to. It's not a race whether you're the first member or the
No.
2000th member. Join up. Yeah. We still have just 1 or 2 minutes left.
Okay.
What is the one thing that you really want to make sure is on the shelves at the co-op? Not promising anything, but
Right. I love vegetables. So local, organic vegetables for sure. And then my clients, I use essential oils and flower essences, and so I would love to send them there to get what they need. I don't sell those. And some nice nutrients that they can find
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
So why did you decide to make a kale and quinoa salad for us? Why
Really
that?
messy here, but I decided to make these because it's one of my favorite salads.
Yeah.
When I make a salad, people usually request that I make this specific salad. Plus, I grow the kale in my garden, and I'm looking forward to purchasing at the co-op in the winter. And being plant-based, this salad, look at that, is packed with nutrition and protein. And the kale has like 550, 1 cup of kale has 550% of vitamin K, which is super important for the body to assimilate vitamin D3. And a lot of people don't know that. It's also chock full of B vitamins, which are calming, and it has essential fatty acids, especially omega-3 and 6, which are super vibrant brain food and heart healthy. So this is a heart healthy, brain healthy, cell healthy, muscle healthy salad that has a lot going on in here, and it's delicious. You'll see. You'll taste it soon in a minute.
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, I know. So apologize for that inhale of the quinoa grain, but now you know that you shouldn't sample and talk at the same time.
Hey, this is live video. This is the kind of thing that happens. All right, so obviously this has been a year when we've all been focused on this pandemic, on all the side effects of this kind of disease that's ravaging the world. What is one thing, I'm going to draw on your expertise here, what's one thing that people can do to improve the quality of their health, their wellness, their lives?
I feel that in making conscious choices for self-care is the best thing that we can do for ourselves, so that we can be our best version for other people. That self-care piece is so important, and oftentimes we ignore it. So I really encourage anybody who is watching that hasn't done this to start choosing things that give you joy, that make you feel happy. Because when you're happy, our cells are more vibrant and healthy. Yeah, so that's what I have to say.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So if people want to get a hold of you, how can they find you?
I have a website. So it's my business name, Wellness Essentials LLC, but it's really the most convenient way is just to give me a call.
Yeah.
And my number is 920-410-4022. You can call or give me a text message and let me know why you're texting me if I don't have you in my phone.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of spam calls at the moment.
Right,
and,
I know.
I don't always pay attention to them.
And I absolutely love what I do, and I love watching people come back online from the inside out, physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. So it's really joy-filled what I'm able to do and co-facilitate with the people who choose to see me. Yeah.
Okay, we've got less than a minute left.
All right.
Put in a plug. Why should people join this co-op?
Oh, it matters. The co-op, we need members. This is such an opportunity for our community to support local and to extend local outward. I encourage you, if you haven't joined, please do, and make this dream even a bigger reality than it already is. That's what I have. You're so welcome. And thank you for volunteering. All right.
We're going to eat the salad now, Brenda.
Okay.
Sorry that you can't join us, but it's lunchtime, so there we are.
My mouth is absolutely watering. I think you might have gotten the best opportunity of the day, Chris. That looks absolutely delicious.
Bye for now.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Great to see you guys. Thank you so much, Carrie. Fantastic. Fantastic. Oh, wow. Mouths watering. And I'm seeing in the Facebook comments that it looks delicious. And I think many people are going to be envious of this. So thanks so much for taking time to talk with us and show us how to prepare kale quinoa salad. Actually, really easy. She whipped that together in a matter of minutes. And as she said, very healthful, nutritious, easy to add, and also really great and healthy food option for you. So thanks so much, Carrie. Carrie Usselman, the owner of Wellness Essentials and one of our member owners. We're speaking to about 30 member owners this weekend. We have a live stream going on, a 2-day live stream going on to draw awareness to and raise memberships for the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And I am delighted we've just been handed a new member owner. So this is Emily A. Emily, thank you so much for joining the Oshkosh Food Co-op. We're glad to have you on board. Emily has actually now put us over the 1,350 member mark. She is member number 1351. So Emily, we are thrilled to have you join us. I'll throw your name up on our new member board. We've added now 6 new members to the Food Co-op so far today. We're pleased to welcome Joy L, Katie S, Jean C, Andy M, Ann M, and Emily A. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, if you are one of the folks out there watching and you're wondering, what is it to be a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op? How do I do that? What does that include? I want to tell you a little bit more about it, and I want to tell you a little special incentive that we have going on this hour. So to become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op, you're actually purchasing an ownership share in the store. And purchasing an ownership share in the store means that you get a vote. You get to elect the board of directors to act on your behalf, and you own the store. So you're helping make this project happen here in Wisconsin, here in Oshkosh, here in Northeast Wisconsin. And as a special thank you for joining during this 2-day Co-op Grow Up live stream event, we've got, for people who joined between now, you've got 3 more minutes to get one of these special heirloom organically grown pumpkins from Borson Farms. We heard the story just a few minutes ago that these were actually grown by the son of one of our member owners, Danielle Borson. So her son Shep grew these pumpkins as part of his project for the summer. He grew something like 200 pumpkins, so just absolutely amazing. And one of those certified organic carving pumpkins can be yours if you join in the next couple of minutes. The Oshkosh Food Co-op is really an effort, as I said, to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh. If you want to join, you can do so on our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. So oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. A membership share, a one-time membership share, is $180. And you can purchase that all at once, or you can make $11 monthly payments over an 18-month period. So that's the way that you can join and become a member owner of the Food Co-op, joining the 1,351 other member owners who've already joined to help make this project happen. Now, if you join this weekend, you not only have the chance to earn a special incentive this hour, like the carving pumpkin, organic heirloom pumpkins from Borson Farms, you also have the opportunity to be entered to win a gift basket. And the gift basket is filled with local goodies. I'm going to tell you about those. And the value of this gift basket is $432. So it includes chocolate from Oaks, a Copper Hall gift certificate. That's a new event venue in downtown Oshkosh. 2 shirts and 2 hankies from Jazzercise. So thanks to the Jazzercise Jazzer Chicks. Gardinas, a bottle of wine, a handcrafted wood plaque from Tom Molnitsky. You can see that in the back of the basket. That's up on the screen right now. A gift certificate, a $100 gift certificate from TJ's Highland Steakhouse. A bottle of Whistle Pig whiskey donated by the Howard. A bottle of maple syrup donated by Uncle Mike's. A bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes, a 6-pack from Barebones Brewery, and gift certificates from Organic Valley, all in a beautiful woven basket. So the total value of this is more than $400. So we are very excited. We will draw 1 name from the member owners who joined this weekend. So if you want your chance at this gift basket and you are not yet a member owner, visit our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join, to get a shot at winning that prize basket. We mentioned that in the prize basket is a bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes, and that's actually where we're going to head next. So if you haven't been to Vines and Rushes before, it is located kind of in the Berlin-Ripon area, and we're going to take a tour of their winemaking facility. So we'll send it out to Vines and Rushes.
Hi there, I am here at Vines and Rushes, just outside of Ripon, with owner Ryan Prowitz. Thanks so much for taking time out of your busy day to talk to the co-op.
Thank you, Liz. My pleasure.
Looks like you have a lot happening out here. He's going to finish up some tasks out there and then let us know what he's up to.
Yeah, absolutely. We're in the middle of harvest, so we're about 75 ton into 100 tons of grapes coming in this year. That'll make about 16,000 gallons of wine and a lot of bottles. And so right now we're de-stemming some grapes and pumping that red grape into a tank where we'll ferment it, and then in about a week we'll press that out and end up with the juice that we'll put into barrel. So
that's awesome. Was it a typical harvest? How does this year's harvest compare to other years?
Last year was pretty light because we had a pretty rough winter the winter before that. This year we're definitely up in production over previous years, so that's great to see.
Cool. Well, we look forward to seeing what you're going to be doing over here.
Sounds good. Let's get next bin dumped.
Awesome. So what happens to the stems?
So they actually get piled up. Those go into the tank where we'll start that fermentation in a day or two. The stems actually go to a local farmer that raises some pigs and get used for pig fodder.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's a nice relationship because otherwise it just goes to a compost pile and the deer love it, but I'd rather it go to the pigs.
Yeah. Which farm?
Just a local friend who's kind of has a large hobby farm, if you will. So raises some cattle and some pigs and just a few each.
Yeah, well, we're talking to Tracy at Olden Organics in one of our segments, and Danielle at Borson, so lots of farms around here.
There is, absolutely. There are a lot of great farmers and a lot of great friends.
Awesome. Well, can you tell us a little bit about the winemaking process here?
Sure, yeah. So we've got, running through this hose, we have the grape skins and seeds and pulp. And that is obviously very red in color. We're making a red wine here. With a white wine, it would generally go straight into the press and get pressed out to juice immediately. With the red wine, we actually destem it, pump it into a tank or into a bin, depending on the quantity, and then we will start fermentation on that. And then on a daily basis, we'll actually pull juice out of the bottom of the tank and splash it over onto the top of the tank. And that'll get some more color and some more flavor and get some oxygen into that fermentation to keep it nice and healthy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And how many of these barrels are going to be filled up this year?
Well, we'll take a little quick walk here.
Sure.
We have all of the tanks that are in this room are actually full right now. So this one here is about 500 gallons. The one we're going into there is about 800. We have a variety of sizes from about 400 to about 1,500 in size.
Okay, and what temperature does this room need to stay at?
Room temperature is
Room temperature.
problem.
So in the winter, it's already chilly?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. We keep it heated in winter, obviously.
Okay.
And then in here we have a bunch more tanks of varying different sizes as well. And we have bottling equipment. This morning we bottled 150 cases of a semi-dry red that we made.
Awesome.
So it's a busy morning in here to open up some tank space for another new wine to go into. Just catching up on bottling that didn't happen earlier on in the year.
Okay.
We like to go into harvest with all of the tanks empty. Then we have a lot more space to work with and not have to worry about that. But sometimes bottling or bottle availability and things like that complicate things.
That makes sense. That makes sense. How long have you been doing this here?
Vines and Rushes opened in 2012. This is on the family farm that I grew up on. And so it started as a dairy farm by my grandparents. And we continued dairy and cash crop, corn and soybeans until about 1993. We got out of the dairy business and continued with corn and soybeans and actually added Prowitz Produce, which is a strawberry farm. And that ran until last summer, with strawberries actually.
I used to pick strawberries when I was a little girl there. I passed it on the way here. So.
It was a family heritage for us. A lot of tradition that was in that, and a lot of families that had the same exact story. So it's something really sad to see, but my parents were ready to retire, and I wasn't in a position to take on another large project.
Sure.
Because this consumes all my time and then some.
Yes. How did you get interested in the winemaking process?
My former career was in IT, and I was either going to grow the business that I had there or get out and go more in the direction of the family farm. And so that's what we've actually decided to do. And so ultimately, I wanted to work with my hands more and come back to the farm and do something. And so that's what we've done. And we started growing grapes just as a commodity crop, but decided that ultimately the most realistic thing for us to do, the thing that utilized my skill sets more, was as a winery. So not just growing the crop, but the retail end of it and all of the different components involved in it.
That's awesome. Well, why don't we walk on over there and you can tell us a little bit more about that.
Sounds good.
All
Absolutely.
right.
So this is our original tasting room, relatively small space. We added on to the building in 2016 with our great room, and then we added on in 2019 with the fireside room, and that addition also included the production space, the tank room that we were just in. And so it's been growth for a number of years. We've grown pretty rapidly, but it's worked well for us. We've certainly enjoyed that. So, it started, this is definitely a family farm still. It's a family farming operation. It's something we definitely enjoy. Working with customers, meeting with people, and interacting with them. Producing a product that they then get to consume here on site and also at home. And we get to tell the story of Wisconsin wine, which is somewhat unusual. There's not a lot of wineries, about 120 in the state, but there's a number of them that it's a growing industry. A lot have just started up over the last few, 10 to 15 years. And it's something that we're learning more about the winemaking process with the grapes that we can grow here in Wisconsin. And that is something I think that ultimately has really developed into a strong industry here in the state, where we're making better and better quality wine every year. And growing more grapes of better quality, and it's something that I think consumers are starting to realize that we're here.
I think that's true, and I think the co-op is going to be really excited to tell the story of these local producers and local product, because wine, food, other products, people want to know more and more where their food is coming from and how it's produced. So the goal of the co-op is to have about 20% of our goods produced from the state of Wisconsin. That's on par with the national average, so you're right on there, and it fits right with our values too.
Absolutely, yeah. And we're excited to have the co-op here in the area, and something that can utilize these local products. A lot of grocery stores have some token amount of locally produced goods, and we have our product in a few retailers, but to have somebody that has a real focus around that is important to the farming integrity of the area.
That is true, and I recognize the room behind me. You've graciously hosted a couple of events. Your member events on Monday have been great fundraisers for us.
Yeah, our Cause of the Mondays is a great way of giving back to the community, and it draws people out here on a Monday night that otherwise might be slow.
Sure.
So that's something we definitely enjoy doing.
Yeah, when is this open here? When can folks come out here and taste some wine?
We're open 7 days a week, all year round, and we do food service. We do in our wood-fired brick oven. We do wood-fired Neapolitan style, traditional Italian style pizza. The oven is at 800 to 900 degrees. The bake time on the pizzas is about 90 seconds. We make our dough from scratch here on site. We make our sauces from scratch. We use a lot of local ingredients, and so that's something. When we started with that concept too, it was we want to do it right and really right, not just kind of sorta and cut corners where it makes sense. It's like, no, we're doing it really right.
Yes, it's delicious. I've had many pizzas from there, and the salads too are great.
Good to hear. Thank you. Thank you. And so we're open for our tasting room, and our facility is open 7 days a week. And that is noon until 5 on Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then noon until 9 on Mondays, and 10 until 9 on Friday and Saturday.
Great, and I'm sure they can find all this on your website.
Absolutely.
More information.
Vinesandrushes.com and also on Facebook. We host about, I think I've probably lost count, 250 public-facing events a year.
Wow.
Everything from live music, roughly Friday night and Saturday, just about every day all year round, or every Friday and Saturday all year round. And then we also do some wine pairing dinners where we do a 5-course dinner paired with wines, and that's an exceptional experience as well. We do artisan marketplaces, so a lot of local crafters with a really high quality product and different unique crafting products. We'll do that 4 times a year with 20 or 25 different vendors. What else do we do here? We do cooking classes, we do some wine classes, we do our Cause of the Mondays events as well. So there's a lot going on here, and on a weekly basis we have somewhere between 2 and 5 events happening, and a lot of those are public facing.
Busy.
But then we also host some private events too. Yeah, it is busy, but we've in many respects, and I don't think I was necessarily planning on this, but become like a community center of sorts for the surrounding area. And it's really great to give people the atmosphere and opportunity to do something like that.
That is fantastic.
Yeah,
Awesome to
thank you.
hear. Well, I did see a couple guests enjoying some beer outside too.
Yeah, absolutely.
What sort of beer do you serve here?
Just like the Oshkosh Food Co-op wanting to support other local producers, we serve Knuth Brewing Company beer. They're from downtown Ripon, another great local business, and we've been serving their beers for 3 or 4 years since we put this edition on back in 2016. So we have 3 of their beers on tap, along with some Sprecher's root beer and another bunch of non-alcoholic drinks available as well.
That's fantastic. Well, final question, Ryan. How did you hear about the co-op originally, and why did you choose to join?
It was from a board member, Tracy Vince of Holden Produce, and I had been following this story in the news as well. But she's the one that came by with a hot poker, saying join. And I was happy to do so. I think it's an important local asset, not just to the downtown corridor of Oshkosh, but to many in the community surrounding it, and not just on the consumer level, but on the producer level as well. It's a great asset to have for us to be able to showcase our products in a local grocery like that.
Spot on. Thank you so much. Couple of final points here. If you are interested in becoming a vendor, our website, OshkoshFoodCoop.com, under location, there's a vendor application there. So if you're interested in selling a product, you can find that there. And just like Ryan mentioned, if you are watching today with a friend who's a member who's encouraging you to join, be sure to check out our hourly giveaways, and you can join at OshkoshFoodCoop.com/join. Thank you so much. I'll let you get back to work.
Thank you much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you so much to Ryan and the crew out at Vines and Rushes. That segment was pre-recorded, and I can tell you that I'm sure today, sitting out in this beautiful fall day, that joint is jumping. So we're really pleased that you were able to help us introduce us to what is happening out at Vines and Rushes and tell us about the winemaking process. Just amazing. And as Ryan said at the end, this food co-op that we are hoping to join, and that's what this Co-op Grow Up Live is about today, is really going to be an asset not only to the central city of Oshkosh, but to this entire corridor. And as he said, not just to consumers, but also to local producers. And that is one of the things that we're most interested in with this project, which is ensuring that we can strengthen the local food economy. We want to source about 30% of our goods locally. That means within the state of Wisconsin, and give the local growers, local producers an outlet where they can sell their products 7 days a week. That's one of the things that has us most excited about this project. If you're just tuning in, I should introduce myself. My name is Brenda Haynes. I'm the current board president for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, and we are doing Co-op Grow Up Live. It is a live stream event. Normally this would be a one evening kind of event, and we'd gather at the Oshkosh Convention Center. But of course, because of the pandemic, we have taken the event virtual this year, and we are streaming live to introduce you to what we have planned for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, we are opening a community-owned grocery store in Oshkosh's Central City. We will be located at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in the Brio building. Now, if you've driven down Jackson Street or Pearl recently, you've probably noticed that there's a building under construction. That is the Brio building, and will occupy first floor retail space in that building. We're not doing this alone, and we can't do it without you. We need 1,500 member owners to open the store, and that's why we're doing this event today. We want to help grow our membership number. When we started this morning, we were at 1,345 member owners. We have since added 6 new people to our lineup, so we want to welcome Emily, Joy, Katie, Jean, Andy, and Ann. Thank you for becoming member owners. We're glad to add you into the mix. If you are watching and you are currently a member owner, we'd love if you'd give us a share into your Facebook stream or share via YouTube to let people know that this event is going on and they can learn more about what we have planned. Now, what does it mean to be a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op? Well, it means that you actually own a part of the store. You're purchasing an ownership share in the store, and you're helping make this project happen. The Oshkosh Food Co-op will be the first food co-op in Northeast Wisconsin. And we expect, as we open in 2021, to attract shoppers not only from Oshkosh in the Central City near the university downtown, but also to attract member owners from the outlying areas. As you just heard Ryan Prowitz from Vines and Rushes say, this is the kind of resource or asset for the community that will attract people from beyond Oshkosh. In fact, when we look at our membership base right now, roughly half of our owners are based in Oshkosh and half are based in surrounding communities. So we've got member owners in Fond du Lac, in Omro, Winneconne, Neenah, Menasha, Appleton, all the way up to Green Bay. We even have some in Milwaukee and other parts. So we are really delighted. Ripon, Berlin, Green Lake, Marquezan, all member owners have joined from across the region, and we're really delighted by that. We see this as being a regional project. A local food economy is a regional system, and to make it stronger, for purposes of being independent, for purposes of reducing our carbon footprint, for purposes of helping create an ongoing market where local growers and producers can sell their goods, we need to band together in order to do that. So that's why we're working on growing our membership base. We have 1,351 member owners right now, and you can become another member owner. And we have some special incentives for doing that this weekend. We will, of course, as always, send you your very own member owner card. And for anyone who joins, because it's 1:19 now, for anyone who joins between 1 and 2 p.m. today, we will also give you a free yoga class at Inner Sun Yoga. So that's a nice little incentive. Maybe you've felt the need to take on expand your yoga practice, try something new. So a class at Inner Sun would be a great way to do that. And that's something that you'll get if you become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op today, which you can do at our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. Ownership shares are $180, and you can pay that all at once, or you can pay $11 a month over an 18-month period for your ownership share. You're meeting some of the people behind this project today, some of the local growers, local producers, and member owners who are most excited about the project. We wanted to share some of the stories and the faces behind this effort to bring a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh. This live stream will be live streaming today until 4 p.m. and then again tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. In total, we hope to introduce you to about 30 of the people behind this project who are helping to make it happen or are excited about making it happen. So coming up in this hour, we'll also be hearing from Drew Miskey from Offbeat Press, as well as Deb Toman from Atomic Cats. So we've got some great things happening this hour. As I said, you will get your own member owner card as well as a gift certificate for a free yoga class from Inner Sun Yoga if you join between now and 2 p.m. And we'll enter you to win the amazing grand prize gift basket drawing if you join between now and Sunday at 11:59 p.m. That prize basket is valued at more than $430, and it's got goodies in it from all kinds of community players. So chocolate from Oaks, a gift certificate to Copper Hall, which is a new event venue in Oshkosh, 2 shirts, 2 hankies from Jazzercise, a bottle of wine from Gardina's, a handcrafted Oshkosh Food Co-op member owner wood plaque from member owner Tom Molnitsky, a $100 gift certificate to TJ's Highland Steakhouse, a bottle of Whistle Pig whiskey from the Howard, donated by the Howard, a bottle of maple syrup, Uncle Mike's maple syrup, donated by Uncle Mike's, a bottle of wine from Vines and Rushes, a 6-pack from Bare Bones Brewery, and some Organic Valley gift certificates, all packaged up in a beautiful woven basket. You can see that on the screen. So that is anyone who becomes a member owner between now and Sunday night will be entered to win. So if you've got a friend, a family member, a neighbor, somebody who's maybe talked to you and said, hey, I really like that co-op, I'm interested, tell them that this is the weekend. This is the time to join, because this is when they not only get these hourly incentives, but also have the chance to be entered to win that basket. All right, next up on our in our live stream here is we're going to go to Drew Miskey from Offbeat Press and Hype Visual. Drew is working with his team on a new Oshkosh Food Co-op logo, and they're going to tell us about the logo design process. Drew?
Hey, Drew, thanks so much for joining us this Saturday and taking some time out of your day. How's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for having me, Liz.
Yeah, so you are one of our founding members. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and maybe give us some background about how you first heard about the co-op and why you chose to join.
Hi, I'm Drew Miskey, and I was a founding member of the food co-op. It's actually the second food co-op that I've been a member of. I was first a member of the Stevens Point food co-op when I was a college student there 20 plus years ago, probably about 20 years ago when I joined. I have long been a big fan of the local food system, and goes back to my grandpa being a family farmer in north of Wisconsin Rapids in central Wisconsin. And I've had a good relationship with a number of food producers and organic farmers from a business perspective. We probably work with about 40 or so different like organic farmers, or Wisconsin Farmers Union is one of our clients as well. We work with the Stevens Point Co-op and other natural grocers and similar clients. So
okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. And I'll just clarify for folks who are watching that a founding member is the first 100 people who joined this project. So you've been watching the steady progress over the years.
I have. And one of the other things is my good friend Bridget Weber was the original founder. So we were gardening and regular food makers together back when she started it. So I was excited and encouraged to be a founding member from her too. So.
Yeah, we're actually going to be hearing from her tomorrow on Sunday for Co-op Grow Up. She's going to be talking about how the idea came to be, and
Cool.
That should be a fun interview to watch tomorrow afternoon too. So
probably wouldn't be than mine.
Yes. I just looked up your member number 89. So that's impressive. When you go into the store and they ask for your number, that's going to be fun to share.
I'll try to remember that. Thank you.
We can send you a new member card if you need one. So you mentioned some of your clients. What business do you have, and can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I own Offbeat Press, a screen printing and design company here in town. We are entirely business to business, so we are kind of behind the scenes working with a variety of businesses across many industries, but we do have a lot in the food, restaurant, farming, and other food producing industries. So yeah, so I'm sure you've seen our work around town, and specifically with the Oshkosh Food Co-op, we've been doing some things as well. So.
Yeah, in fact, many people recognize our tractor logo that appears on our member cards, like I mentioned, and our signs around town. And you have some background about that. Can you tell us about how that tractor came to be, and maybe a little bit about the symbolism it has represented for us so far?
Sure. The tractor logo was never intended to be a logo. It was a pro bono t-shirt design project probably 6 years ago when a couple members of the food co-op stopped in to do to order some shirts, and The shirts actually never got ordered, and it was essentially a design project that was done by our intern at the time. And a little while later, the food co-op approached us looking for, they had seen the designs and said, hey, can we use, one of those designs for some marketing purposes? And turns out that tractor logo has outlasted, much of the work we've done around town.
Nice.
But it has lasted, and it's grown in its place. So
yeah. So you and I both love branding and marketing, but for folks who aren't familiar, what is a brand? What's branding, and why is it important?
Oh goodness, that's like that question can be answered in so many ways. But let's start with the logo design. I look at the logo design as kind of the foundation of a brand identity. So your logo is going to be the most identifiable piece of marketing for almost every business out there. So the logo is really like the foundation, and the branding and brand identity is kind of the structure that is built upon the logo. So branding as a whole will include the color scheme of the brand, usually using the logo, but also like additional colors that go with the logo. It also includes the fonts that go with the brand, and oftentimes there's additional iconography or lettering or designs that go with the logo for specific purposes. As it gets applied, the Oshkosh Food Co-op logo and brand identity will be applied in so many different ways across the interior of the store, across the marketing of the store, I'm sure across the apparel and signage on the website, social media, the newsletter, and beyond. It's really it starts in it like kind of the logo is like the nucleus or the foundation, and it really just kind of grows from there as the brand grows. So the brand has already grown in some ways, in many ways, I should say, but it's essentially having like a little rebirth and will grow to leaps and bounds beyond where it has already. So
yeah. So I've heard the board talk about how the tractor has sort of cultivated our first years of growth and membership, and now we're ready to give ourselves a little refresh as we transition from a startup to an actual brick and mortar grocery store. So as you know, and some of our members know, we had a request for proposals released earlier this summer, and we had several different design firms apply to redesign our logo, and Offbeat Press was chosen to do that work. So we're really excited to work with you again. We have enjoyed having your volunteer time and team with some of our other projects throughout the capital campaign and that sort of thing. But can you tell everybody a little bit about what that process was like for the RFP, how you came to be, I guess?
Yeah, the marketing committee had put together a request for a proposal, and they had done a survey of founding members to get some additional information about the kind of creating like a brand archetype, to gain more information about the existing customers, but specifically the founding members, because it was a little easier, I think, to rein in 100 people versus 1,000 people to get input and sort through that. So we put in a request for proposal, which included a background of our information or of our experience. We included a small portfolio of our work, and we strategically chose three, I think it was 3 different food related client projects. So Bare Bones Brewery is one that's a local business that we have rebranded and updated their brand identity with over the last couple of years. And then
also a early member owner, and also donated some beer to this member drive. So if anyone who joins throughout this weekend gets entered to win a gift basket that we have, and there's a 6-pack in there. So awesome. Side note, continue on.
Yeah, shout out to Bare Bones. They've been great. I think their names popped up a lot as far as donations for the food co-op has gone.
That is true. Yes.
And we also showed off some work we did with a Wisconsin farmer, Cattail Organics out of central Wisconsin. They're kind of in the Wausau area. And then we also showed off design work that we did for the local food fair, which is has been going on for a very long time. And I guess I'm not even sure how long, but it's in Stevens Point. I remember it when I was in college 20 years ago there. I think it's put on by Farm Shed these days, which is a farmer focused nonprofit organization to help small local and family farms kind of find their way and navigate and grow kind of as a business and nonprofit organization. So we showed off those pieces of work, and then we got accepted into round 2, which was a presentation and kind of question answer interview process. We talked through our process a little bit more of how we work to be able to create good work, and turns out we won the bid. So
yeah, very exciting. So our communications committee is led by Jay Stofflet. He came onto the board this year and works at Community First Credit Union, which is another cooperative. So we're really lucky to have his leadership, and for the volunteers on that committee. You know, we have tons of volunteers. I want to say almost 100 volunteers working on various committees and small projects. And it's just really awesome to have everyone's help. And the communications committee is excited to continue working with you. So what does the timeline look like for this new reveal?
Yeah, so the actual reveal is not, I don't think that's been planned yet, but we had our first meeting with Jay, like you mentioned, and he has a background in marketing and specifically branding as well. And then yourself and Brenda, who of course also is a marketing guru. So we've got a strong team. I'm just trying to, hold my own amongst that group of people. So no, I'm sure that with their experience and their, working together, the collaboration, I'm confident that the 4 of us together will make a really cool brand for the food co-op.
Yeah.
We will have, we expect to have the logo design, which is the first step, completed in the next 6 weeks or so. And then, but I'm not sure exactly when it's going to be released yet.
Yeah,
so
you're right
I
on
think
there.
the first step was to, we want to be able to start applying the some of the brand identity graphics to the to help make some decisions in the actual building, if I'm correct, because that should help drive some decisions there, from picking out things like flooring or colors or all sorts of potential things. So
yes,
I
that
don't
is
want
a
to
really
give too much information if I don't know all the details yet, but
no, that's all correct. Of course, the food co-op is going to be located on the corner of Jackson and Pearl in Central City here. The building is going up fast, so if you drive by, you'll see the octagonal shaped building. They are still pouring some concrete, but I believe they're beginning to frame this next week. The food co-op space is anticipated to begin our build out in April. So as you mentioned, those finishes and some of those other exciting details are still being planned, and it's all just happening really quick. So in our last couple of minutes here, speaking of the store, what are you most excited about? Shopping for or working on, I guess?
All of the above. I'm really excited about the location. I think for me, it's within biking distance of my house and of my work. So both of those are exciting. It's also within walking distance really of either. So I'm happy that it'll be so convenient to have a local downtown grocer. And I'm also just excited about the selection, being able to have locally sourced products. I sent out an email last week to about 45 of my clients. I think you were on the list, saying, hey, if you haven't signed up yet for the Oshkosh Food Co-op to be a vendor, you should. And I've had a couple of clients actually reach back out to me, and I at least steered one or two back to you for questions. So that's exciting too, because like right now, I buy my granola from like one company that's in central Wisconsin, and like I just buy it. They don't even sell online. I just say, hey, can I get it from you? But they're a client, so we work it out. So it'd be great if things like that can be right there for not just me, but for everybody.
Yes, I agree. Well, Drew, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, and we look forward to keeping everybody in the loop about the logo design. Of course, if you are a member owner, you will receive our weekly emails where we give all the nitty-gritty details about what's really happening with our project. So that's another good motivation to become a member owner, is to be in the know about all these exciting things. So thanks, Drew. Have a wonderful day.
Thanks. You too, Liz. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you so much to the team at Drew and the team at Hype Visual and Offbeat Press. We're so excited to see what you're going to come up with for our brand, our new logo. We think it's going to be a great collaboration, so that's really thrilling. And I think what Drew was saying at the end is exactly the way that this project grows. He was telling us that recently he sent an email to some of the suppliers that he knows, the people that he works with, to say to them, if you'd like to become a vendor for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, a supplier to the Oshkosh Food Co-op, here's how you can do that. We've got a supplier form on our website, OshkoshFoodCoop.com, and you are welcome to go to the site, download that form, and submit it if you're interested in applying to sell your goods at the store. We're really interested in connecting with more local suppliers. So if you have a favorite, somebody that you buy from or source from locally within the state of Wisconsin, we'd love to get the name. We're happy. We've got a supplier relations team led by our board member, Tracy Vins, who's working on reaching out to those member owners. So you can download that application form from our website. You can add the name of the company in the comments on this live stream we're monitoring. So we'll make note of any recommendations that you make for local vendors who you might like to see in the store, whose products you might like to see in the store. We'd be happy to reach out. We're working on building those connections. This is all about building connections within our community and opening a community-owned grocery store that is a place where we can feature locally grown, locally sourced goods. Now, sometimes people ask us, will locally sourced and locally grown goods be the only things available in the store? And so I want to answer that. And the answer is no. And that's because January happens here in Wisconsin. And so we wouldn't be able to fill the store shelves with only things that are grown and produced locally. And we know that our customers will have an interest in buying bananas, which aren't going to be sourced locally. So we expect to source about 30% of the goods that we sell in the store locally, and that'll vary by time of year. So at this time of year, harvest time, when things are bountiful, the percentage might be higher. Midwinter, in January, February, the percentage might be lower. But we are hoping to have locally sourced goods available in the store year round. It'll just vary by seasonality. And that's part of the fun of shopping at a food co-op. You'll find different things in different seasons, and different suppliers, different vendors that you might find in a more conventional or chain grocery store. And that's one of the things that makes going to a food co-op really reflect a local community. If you've been to a local food co-op in Wisconsin, Willie Street Co-op in Madison, Outpost Natural Foods in Milwaukee, Menominee Market Co-op, People's Food Co-op in La Crosse or Rochester, Just Local Food in Eau Claire, you've probably recognized that they each take on the flavor of the community that they're operating in, and that's what we hope will happen here. We want the Oshkosh Food Co-op to be the co-op for Oshkosh and Northeast Wisconsin. So that's why we're so happy to welcome member owners from not only Oshkosh, but from Neenah, Menasha, Fond du Lac, Winneconne, Omro, Green Bay, Appleton, Neenah, Menasha. It's been a great collaboration of the communities in this area, and we believe it can have a really strong impact on the local food economy across this area as well. I want to introduce next. If you join this hour, we will not only give you your own member owner card, you'll get this dropped off at your house today, but you'll also get a free yoga class this hour from Inner Sun Yoga. So it's a great incentive to join the Oshkosh Food Co-op right now. And you can do that by going to oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. And if you join today, you'll also be entered to win our grand prize gift basket. Now, this thing is amazing. I can't wait to show you. It is a value total of more than $430, and it's got some great prizes in it from vendors across the area. And we'll take a look at that in just a moment. But first, I want to introduce you to our next member owner who we're going to profile today, and that is Deb Toman from Atomic Cats. Field reporter Alex Hummel is with Deb. Deb's store is located in downtown Oshkosh, and she and Sandy have been member owners of the co-op for a couple of years now. Alex, I expected you to be wearing some kind of funky retro hat for this segment.
That was my plan, but when I got here, I fell in love actually with a Billy Idol t-shirt, and I couldn't put it on fast enough. So that was the trick. I'm sorry about that, Brenda. I've let you down. Hey, I'm joined by Sandy, who's one of the co-owners of Atomic Cats, one of the most vibrant, awesome, and incredible stores here in downtown Oshkosh. Sandy.
Hi, Alex.
Thanks for joining me.
Oh, my pleasure, Alex.
I don't know if you can see her awesome mask either, but it's Atomic Cats in orange glitter. So,
see, that's part of our awesome downtown because I got this from Two Blondes.
Oh.
So we are unique all over our city.
You can source it anywhere.
Any place. Whatever you think you want, we have it for you downtown Oshkosh.
We're pretty resourceful.
We are. And we're damn creative too, Alex.
I will say, I go back a ways with this store because you may remember I used to be back in the day working in the local media, and it was always a treat to come down and talk to some of the pioneering people who were getting a foothold in downtown Oshkosh and trying to, be a part on that front end of its revival. And now we've got a co-op, a full-fledged community-owned grocery store coming in. Give us an angle on that one. What do you think about that? What you've seen change down here?
Well, Alex, we do remember each other from a long time ago because we've been here since 1993.
Right.
And if you remember one time when you were editor at the Northwestern, we had like 10 empty storefronts.
Yep.
And we did the Nutcracker scene in the windows, and we had a walk around reading. Well, we couldn't possibly do that and haven't been able to do that for a long time because we have so many great stores now.
Right.
So now what we've always needed, we've been kind of a food oasis. We need a grocery store.
Yeah.
We have goodies that you can get at Schultz. We got goodies you can get at NDC. We've got a great deli with Wagner Market.
Right.
But we need a store. We need a full-fledged grocery store. So we're so excited to have this opportunity to have within walking distance. It's like 2 blocks from me, 3 blocks maybe on a bad day.
Right.
But it's awesome. So it's going to be so terrific.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your enthusiasm. And Atomic Cats has been a supporter of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. So that's great. And both as a neighbor and as members. And we're proud of that too.
Yeah. So it's all in this together. We are not alone. If you're alone and you're on an island, that's one thing. But you can't be alone in a thriving market. You need to have people who love you and support you and buy from you. And that's what we have here. It's a great fellowship.
It's worked pretty good so far. And we're going through a tough time right now. But we were just talking before we came on that, if we can get through this, we can make it. And we're already showing some of the muscle that this community's got.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
It's a fabulous community. We've gained a couple new stores. Unfortunately, we've lost a couple, but we've gained some. We've gained more than we lost. We've had some really dynamic things happening. We've had dynamic things happening at Atomic Cats. We found online shoppers like crazy. We've had people come up from Chicago to buy furniture. It's so people are looking local. And they keep coming in going, you have the greatest downtown. I'm like, I know. Go up to this side and then come down that side and stop here for lunch and stop here for a drink. And, and it's they just have a ball. It's they're very impressed. So
good. That's good to hear. Let's talk about Atomic Cats because I love this store. And you are purveyors, collectors, curators, sellers of amazing collection of vintage clothing, furniture. I mean, it's
all of the above.
Yeah. Did I get that right?
You did. You did. Actually, if not the largest top 3 of the state of Wisconsin. We started out in this building, which had furniture and clothing, and then we graduated, oozed over next door. So we have probably 1,200 square feet of clothing here and about 1,700 square feet of furniture.
Right.
So it's wonderful. We have clothing from the 20s through the 80s, and the 80s is vintage, and that's really hard for me because my kids graduated from high school in the 80s, so I really am having a trouble with that.
I'm with you on that. How is that possible? The 80s.
30 years make vintage. Although
is that the equation?
That's
Okay.
the equation.
Wow.
But we have a great men's selection, like you said. We have Billy Idol. We have looking for some T-shirts. We have great people here who bring us great treasures.
Right.
I think one of my favorite stories is somebody out of Ripon came and said, "Are you interested in buying these?" And they were 40s house dresses. They were beautiful.
Wow.
She goes, "My grandma died. My mom was going to throw them away." Boom. So she went home a couple $100 richer, and we had some really great house dresses.
Right. And you get the opportunity then, as aficionados and experts in this kind of fashion and the history of it, to get it back out there in the market. And that's a really sustainable cycle.
It
is
is
something obviously the food co-op's all about.
Exactly. And that's why we have such a good kinship with each other.
Yeah.
Because we're like walking history. And I always ask people, tell me something about where your mom wore this or blah, blah, blah. So when somebody buys it, I can tell them the history. And they get really excited about knowing that. And it's the same thing about knowing where your food's coming from. Your food isn't coming from this big market where everybody gets antibiotics in their chickens and their eggs and God knows whatever. You're getting pure food, which is awesome.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's the idea, and local is the key too.
Local's huge. We do a lot of, probably 80% of our buying is local.
Wow.
Isn't that amazing?
That is amazing.
And people come in with garbage bags, and we may buy a garbage bag out of 10, but we got a garbage bag full of goodies.
Right. And people are looking for that.
And they're looking for that, and then we have to clean them and press them. So I always say you can walk out of here wearing what we have here.
Right.
And not a big deal. So
yeah.
But it's fun. It's fun, and you can mix and match. And we used to do define your style. You'll never meet yourself on the street wearing vintage, and you really won't. We had 2 girls here, 2 girls, only because I'm old, 2 young ladies that came up from Madison, and they were like, "Oh, I haven't been here for a while since I moved to Madison. Oh, I forgot how great you are."
Yeah.
And it's like, that just makes you feel so cool that people come back and remember, and I'm so glad you're still here. And,
yeah, absolutely.
So it's kind of hard to hang it up when you have populations that love you.
and that's, you raise a great point too, Sandy, and that's, you're a destination. I mean,
we are.
People travel from afar to come and just sort of be in this space and revel at the collection of things that are available for sale, and grab something that makes you look instantly hip, in my personal opinion.
True. And I say we have the good, the bad, and the ugly, and I really can't tell you which is which. Because I will buy something and I'll think, "Oh my God, this is the best thing in the world," and it will sit here like a dog. I mean, nobody likes it. And I'm like, "Look at this," and they're like, "Yeah, okay." And then something will, it's like, "That's really ugly," and it's like, boom, it's out of here in a day. It's like, so obviously I'm not a really good retail buyer, but we all buy and wear what we like and makes us feel good. And
well, that's a great point. Fashion, it seems like these days, is all about individual expression.
Exactly.
We really return to that, and this is like the ultimate place if you want to come for.
It is.
I'm looking over your shoulder here. I don't know if you can see it on camera. Well, you can see this corduroy shirt up here. I mean, it's amazing. And there's an awesome ski sweater back here that looks like it should probably be in any modern catalog.
Oh,
it's the real deal. This is what inspired that catalog.
Seriously, we used to have a model that lived in New York, and she would take things, and she worked for Marc Jacobs, and she would take things and show him, and she'd come back and say, "You really like that design," But that's where designers get their inspiration, because the 80s have a lot of 20s look to them, and this has a lot of that look to them.
Right.
It's hard to say, "Oh, I'm going to do something totally different," and not have a point of reference.
Well, let's talk about your website too, and where to find you online, because that's another, we were talking before we came on, Brenda, about getting through this pandemic and all the tools and resources and how we're getting better at online and stuff. Well, you've been online for a long time,
Yeah.
and this has been a major avenue for your customers to find you too.
Yes,
so
it has.
where can they go?
You can go to, well, it's silly to say www, but again, I'm old, so you can go to atomiccats.com.
Okay.
That's our website.
And that's with a K, Atomic.
ATOMICKATZ.com.
Yep.
And you can go to shop now. We've got a couple of really great videos on there that are very fun.
Yeah.
Ash and Embers did a phenomenal, what do we call that? Stop timing or?
Stop motion?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a great video of some models wearing vintage, and it's
Yeah.
great. And then there's a shop now where our Etsy store is. So that's there, and you can give us a buzz, and we do ship, charge for that, but we do ship, and
Great.
it's just a good time.
Awesome. That's great. Well, that's
And we're also on Facebook, so you can always get us on Facebook too.
One thing I miss, and one thing that I know you did so expertly too, was fashion shows. You know,
Oh, I
kind
miss
of
them.
I think I was seeing some stuff like, you know, whether it was prom or bridal or all kinds of things that you were just creatively like integrating your fashion and your choices here into it, and you'd have these awesome young people from our community
Oh.
who would show off the stuff.
You know, all of our models, and I love this because we do the day by day in the women's division fashion shows. We're
Right.
down to only 2 right now. But people would always come up and say, "You have the best models." Well, they're our customers. You know, they love clothes. I'm like, "You want to be a model?" You know, and they wear clothes well. They pick out clothes, you know, and we do love to mix and match. I mean, you know, I know you can't see it, but that little top up there is a 1920s paired with a long black skirt, and it's a fabulous dressy outfit that you could wear anywhere.
Yeah.
If we ever had parties again, it's a great party dress.
We're gonna have parties.
We're gonna
again.
have parties again.
And let me
yeah.
say this before I forget. You got to come down to Atomic Cats. That's the bottom line. You have to be in this space to see this amazing collection of wares, and I mean, it really is.
It's fun.
It's a trip through time, and you basically don't have to move 2 feet, and you've gone half a century.
Yeah,
And,
by far.
It's remarkable, and it's all awesome stuff. Like, you curate this. This is wearable. This is.
Oh, everything here is perfect. It's been cleaned. It's been repaired. If it's not, there's very few things that are as is, but they're as is. You're not going to like, oh my God, look at the seam. No, it's all fixed. It's all repaired. So we have a real plethora of people who work with us and make it fabulous, and it's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun fashion to wear.
And I should say too, you know, we're in the clothing wing of Atomic Cats. There's also the furniture space right next door.
Yes.
And it's basically like you're walking into a Mad Men set, in my opinion. It is so fantastic. Of course, you have things from throughout time in American history and culture, and a lot of European pieces. But when you walk in at first, it's like, I'm waiting for Don Draper to come and hand me a martini, frankly.
And, you know, he could. We used to sell to Mad Men, you know.
Did you?
We did. We've sold to a lot of TVs where they want to be so pure, like napkins and cocktail shakers and, you know, all of the above, which was really kind of fun. And of course, Public Enemies. Wasn't that just a hoot and a half?
Boy. I don't know. For you, those of you who don't know, remember Johnny Depp in downtown Oshkosh?
Forever. He was here forever, a long, long time.
That was such a cool experience.
Yeah.
So you helped. They leaned out.
5 garbage bags full of clothing were in. You know, when we were watching the movie, I'm like, oh my God, that's a coat, that's a coat. You know, I was such a groupie. I mean, I had to get kicked out of watching him come out of the Masonic Temple or the one next door when he was robbing a bank.
Right.
They're like, you need to move now.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, but I want to see him.
It was remarkable, and it's cool that you had a hand in that film. I mean, obviously, you know, I'm being a little facetious here, but crime rose dramatically that week, and Johnny Depp was robbing fake banks all over
Oh my God,
the
it
place.
was awesome. But I mean, the transformation of downtown, what they made to be the 30s, it was very cool.
Yeah.
So we've had a lot of fun. We've had a lot of history. We're right now even being creative, planning some holiday events for being COVID friendly and not knowing what's going to happen by November, December, because everything in the world is being canceled. But we're still creative enough to say, come on down to downtown Oshkosh because you're not going to be disappointed. It's a great place to come.
Right.
We're limiting 5 people in the store at a time, which is okay. You know, and it was funny this morning, two little girls came in. Is there enough room for us? You know? And so people are being very cognizant. So
Yeah.
it's just a good time.
Well,
you know?
we're so proud of you, and you're right. You use the key word there, and that is creative. I think there's been this creative pulse, and that's largely thanks to the Atomic Cats team. So
Well,
thank you. We're gonna get back to Brenda. Remember Atomic Cats? Find them online. Come downtown. You got to come downtown and see this space. Sandy
And we
Deb have
love
been amazing.
the co-op. We cannot wait to go in there and buy food.
It's going to be great to have you as, I'll call you a neighbor. So,
Okay, and we are.
all right.
All right, bye guys.
Thanks, Brenda.
Thanks so much, Alex. Thank you, Sandy. Again, Sandy Prenti from Atomic Cats. Glad to have you with us, and certainly glad to have you as a member owner. Obviously, their store with its vintage and retro clothing, a different method of sustainability, but certainly a method of sustainability that we support here at the Oshkosh Food Co-op. If you're just joining us, I want to introduce myself. I'm Brenda Haynes. I'm the current board president for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, and you are tuned into Co-op Grow Up Live. This is a 2-day live stream event that we are using to raise awareness of and build membership for the Oshkosh Food Co-op, which is an effort to open a community-owned grocery store in Oshkosh's Central City. If you haven't seen our building, we are planning to locate at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue in Oshkosh. And it may be possible, in fact, for us to pop a picture up of the building, the Brio building, up on the screen and show you what it's going to look like. We have leased the first floor retail space of the Brio building. It's about 10,000 square feet. We're planning a 4,500 square foot grocery store. We've got about 1,500 square feet for shipping and receiving. There you see the Brio building on screen. It's about 1,500 square feet of shipping and receiving, and then we will have a couple thousand square feet of space that we will be leasing. That is our future growth space. So this building, if you've been on Jackson Street lately, you've probably seen that the concrete structure is currently being put into place, and the wood framing for the 4 stories of apartments above is just getting underway. I'm told that that is going to proceed pretty quickly. So this is the space that we will be located in. We will be on the first floor. There will have some dedicated parking in the back of the store, so that you'll enter from the parking lot. We are planning a great store that will source about 30% of its goods locally and then have conventional offerings as well. So some local, some natural, some organic, and conventional offerings as well. If you want to become a member owner, meaning you want to purchase an ownership share to help make this project happen, you can do that today by visiting our website, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. That's oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. And if you join in the next 2 minutes, in fact, we will not only send you this membership card, but we'll also give you a free class at Inner Sun Yoga. So a free yoga class at Inner Sun Yoga if you get your membership in within the next couple of minutes. A membership costs $180. And you can pay that all at once, or you can pay $11 a month over an 18-month period. So 2 ways to join. And we do have some new members that we want to welcome. Emily A., Joy L., Katie S., Jean C., Andy M., and Ann M. Thank you so much for supporting our project. We are now to 1,351 member owners. We want to have 1,500 member owners by the time that we open our doors. Our portion of the construction of the project, we expect to get underway in April of next year, and we think it's about a 3-month build process. So between April and July, we'll actually be building out the store, and then we hope to open shortly thereafter. So in late summer, early fall of 2021, the store will be slated to open. So there's probably less than 12 months for you to get your membership in to become a member before the store was open. And that's going to be bragging rights, if you will, to be able to say that you were a member owner before the store was open. We're live streaming this weekend to introduce you to some of the people who have helped to make this project happen. Our local growers, local producers, suppliers who we hope to sell their goods in the store, as well as some of the member owners who are most excited about the project. We're just introducing you to the people behind the Oshkosh Food Co-op project. If you want to give a little bit of shout out to Atomic Cats for taking part in this. Throw a little love their way. Hit the heart button on Facebook or hit the thumbs up button on Facebook. And if you haven't yet shared this to your feed, please go ahead and hit the share button for this live stream. Like I said, we're trying to build awareness for and membership for the Oshkosh Food Co-op project. So next, I'm happy to welcome our next guest, Deb Summerhalder, who's the owner of Inner Sun Yoga, will be joining us. And we're going to talk a little bit about Inner Sun. Thanks for being with us, Deb.
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here. You got me?
Yes, we do. You sound you're loud and clear. Thank you. So tell us a little bit about Inner Sun. How long have you been in business and how'd you get started?
I've been at Inner Sun in Oshkosh for over 14 years now. I think it's probably going on 15 or 16. This is my 4th location where we are now, just a couple blocks from where the food co-op's going to be. So I'm very excited. Prior to that, I taught fitness classes for, 20, 30 years at the Y in Neenah, and started doing yoga and fell in love with it and kept continuing that. And here I am.
Well, we're glad to have you and glad to know that you'll be a neighbor to the food co-op. That's exciting. So tell us about the kinds of offerings that you have within Inner Sun.
Sure. We have the traditional mat yoga classes that most of you are maybe a little familiar with. Most of our classes are a slower flow type pace. We offer longer held postures in yin, things like that. We do restorative chair yoga. But unique to Inner Sun is our aerial yoga, which is aerial with the hammocks, slings, and also I do sound massage. So we did do a video here today that we're going to show you. I also included a little bit about the aerial yoga, so you'll actually get to see how that works, the aerial and the sound massage.
Okay, so in the video, and we'll cue that up to get that launched in a minute here, can you just tell us a little bit about aerial and a little bit about sound massage? What is it that we're actually going to see?
Yeah, so I'm going to be demonstrating some of the things that you could do with the aerial hammocks, how it'll benefit, and I talk about that throughout the video as well. And with the aerial yoga, it is accessible to even anybody that hasn't even done yoga before, because you have this fabric that's going to help hold you up. So it's not as scary as what it might look on the video. Believe me, it's the teachers right there helping you and everything, and it's actually a lot of fun.
I was wondering if it was actually harder than mat yoga, or if it's easier because you have the support of the hammock.
In a lot of ways, it's easier because you have the support, unless you want to get into where you're doing all the kind of aerial arts and the flips and the tricks and all that kind of stuff. That's a whole different thing. But that's not what we do at the yoga studio. We're more yoga based. We use it to help support our yoga postures. We do go upside down, which is really nice because then you're not putting the compression on the body like you might do with just your physical body. You have the hammock supporting you. So that's nice.
Okay, fantastic. Well, let's take a look at the video so we can see the aerial yoga in action and we can see the sound therapy in action, and then we'll circle back to you to after we complete it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Namaste. I'm Deb Summerhalder from Inner Sun Yoga Studio. At Inner Sun, we offer traditional mat yoga classes, private yoga lessons, and group privates. We also now have on-demand classes, so you can watch from your home at any time, and Zoom classes where it is live with us. We also have aerial yoga, which is very unique to the Oshkosh area. In aerial yoga, we use the silk fabric and use it to help support our postures and suspend us in the air. It's actually very freeing and fun. So you just gotta open up and trust and give it a try. So for example, in Warrior 2, you can have the fabric supporting your thigh, and you can get a deeper stretch and a little bit of freeing effect in the hips, the hamstrings, the quadriceps. Aerial yoga is suitable for all levels. We offer classes for beginners, private lessons, group parties. We have restorative aerial yoga, where we're just floating in the hammock and doing some long, deep stretches. And then we have the more advanced classes where we do tricks and flips and play around a little bit more. So for example, we can come forward And we get a nice stretch in our warrior one. But if we want to take ourselves off the ground, we can get a little push off and just float. So it's very freeing and fun. And then in a more advanced class, or for those that are ready to take it up a notch, we can do inversions. So this inversion is called straddle back that I'm going to show you. And it's really good for decompressing your spine. So we lay back and we open up our legs and hook our feet and just hang upside down here. And you can really release the neck, the spine. So it's very safe because you're not putting any added weight on the neck. The other fun thing in aerial is we do balance poses. So this particular pose, tree pose, you could do on the floor in the more traditional way and just have the fabric for your support so that you can balance better. But we also take it suspended. So you step a foot up and you come up. And then we bring the arm through. And we're in our tree pose. And it's, again, this is really one of my favorite poses actually. So this would be a transition to get inside the fabric. Definitely a little more advanced. It requires a little bit of practice, but I'm just going to do it so that I can get there quicker today. So what we do is we sometimes sit right in that fabric. Just spreading it out here a little bit. And coming into a straddle here, and this opens our hips. And we might do some side stretches here, things like that. And then we can also fully cover the legs and come into our little cocoon and butterfly. This would be a really nice restorative pose to do. Opens your hips. And then of course, we always have to do Shavasana. Just like in any yoga class, and there's nothing better than doing Shavasana in a hammock, right? So just lying on your back, gently swaying. Teacher might come and just give you a little push. But it's so wonderful to be suspended, taking the weight off the joints and being able to stretch deeper in the postures. So the other thing that I do that is unique to the Fox Valley is sound massage. I'm a Peter Hess certified sound massage practitioner. So I'd like to start by just letting you listen to the sound of the bowl. I'm not sure how good it's going to come through on the device here, but you will get the idea. The bowls are specifically made for Peter for his method. And this particular bowl that I'm holding is the big pelvic belly bowl that is used for a good majority of the time in a sound massage. It works well for the root chakra, the sacral chakra, and the solar plexus. So it's deep tones, deep vibration. So in a Peter Hess sound massage, we place these singing bowls on your fully clothed body. And I'm going to demonstrate part of the sound massage with my husband here. Just know that when you do a sound massage, you are completely dressed. Just wear comfortable clothes. We do require masks for sound massage and also for our aerial and yoga classes as well right now. But typically in a sound massage, we are going to start with your feet using this universal bowl. So this is said to contain the whole world, the sound of the whole universe. It's very good for joints. So if you come in with joint pain or something, we may use this particular bowl for that. So we typically start with the feet and then we work up into the back. So this large pelvic belly bowl, we would start with it on the solar plexus, move down to that lower back, and then it comes to the sacrum. And we begin to play those sounds. And the sounds in these bowls, the vibration actually goes deep down into the bowl so that it can penetrate through your body. So the sound can actually go to the deepest layers of your being. They can travel deeper than anything else you do. Penetrates the water in our body. It can change our cells, our DNA, and this is proven. It can help boost our immunity. And most of all, it's so good for relaxation, to help with depression, anxiety, stress, which so many of us are dealing with right now. So we would start with that, and then we start to add on this heart bowl, which is a higher sound, higher vibration, placing it on the back of the heart. And we play that along with that large bowl. And then from here, we would start to move it to various areas on your back. So the next point would be up in that upper back, the higher heart, behind your neck area. And the bowl is played for probably 2.5 minutes at each point. A full sound session is about an hour. The bowls are on your body for about 45 minutes. From there, we move to the shoulders. So a lot of shoulder tension can be released here. So the idea in the method here is that less is more. So gentle, quiet, to really feel the different tones in the bowls moving through your body. Typically, you'll start with the basic sound session, and then we do some assessing and things like that, and you might repeat that same session a couple times, and then we can move into adding in some other things. So once we're done treating the back side, then we have you roll over to your back, and then we treat the front. So we work into the digestive system by placing this big belly bowl by the abdomen, the sacral area, and then we add this heart bowl again on the chest. We have some smaller bowls that work into the throat. And then we finish with just some off the body bowls with things such as the universal bowl again. And I also love to add some chimes at the end. Usually this is everyone's favorite part, but we'll finish off with some off the body sound. And then at that point, you just simply relax and continue to absorb. In a sound massage, your body is going to take in what vibrations it needs. You're born with a tone, your own tone of sound. And this is going to bring you more into resonance with that. So I invite you to come and try a sound massage, whether it's a private one or we also offer group sessions. And you can find all of our information on our website, InnerSunYogaStudio.com. Our yoga classes, aerial, special workshops, events, our on-demand classes, and our sound massage are all on there. We are located at 711 Oregon Street, right down the street from where the co-op's going to be. So I hope to see you here. Namaste.
Wow, Deb, I think I could feel myself relaxing just listening and watching. Aerial yoga looked amazing. It looked like you could stretch in ways that maybe a regular mat practice doesn't allow you to do.
Yeah, it's really fun. Just got to get out of your comfort zone and try both of them. People are a little bit of nervous about the sound massage too, because what is it? And so it's just trying something new, and there's so much out there for us to have fun with and just to help us be in a better space right now.
And which we all definitely need right now. And I think many people are looking for new ways to sort of explore their health and well-being. It's become a focus in the midst of the pandemic, and so it's something that we all are, I think, exploring and trying to find new ways to take care of ourselves, self-care. So I want to shift gears a little bit and talk to you about your membership in the Oshkosh Food Co-op. What prompted you to join?
Well, honestly, it took me quite a while. I actually just joined, I think, this spring. Couple of reasons. First of all, I live in Neenah. Not that, my business is in Oshkosh, so I'm there a lot, but I just didn't know how long this was going to take for you guys to get to where we are now. And then I started seeing
the question everyone's asking.
Went to some of the meetings and just saw that things were really starting to happen. And the time was right. I know that I'm going to be, in Oshkosh for a longer period of time. I wasn't sure at that, earlier down before all this came to where we are right now. But, and as far as as co-ops go, I'm a member of Outpost. I go there when I visit my daughter in Milwaukee, or she's bringing stuff home. And it's kind of still one of my main go-to places to shop, because I just love the co-op and the different products that you can get there. So I'm really excited to have this close to home and have the type of foods that I like to eat, more of the organic and fresh local produce and things like that. And one-stop shopping, not have to run all over the place to find what I need. So.
It is. And you've just, you are one of the people I sort of refer to sometimes, because I like to say co-ops have groupies. We have our favorite co-ops that maybe when we're visiting another city that we make sure that we always go visit. It sounds like that's Outpost for you. Mm-hmm. It's Willie Street for me. If we're in Madison, we always try to make a stop at Willie Street to grab a few things. There's just something about co-ops that has a different feel. Yeah. What is it that if let's say that there are some folks out watching right now who are on the fence, they're not sure if they should become a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op, what would you tell them?
It's a great way to grow community, and right now we're really in a space where we're not able to do that as much unless it's more virtual. And food is one thing that does definitely bring us together. And I just think even this event like this was really helpful for me. So community is huge, whether it's food, activities, whatever we do. But again, it's just another place for us to gather. And how many times do you see your friends in the grocery store? Well, that's usually where I run into people, right? And it's like, oh, I haven't seen you for so long. It's so good to see you. And then you make that connection, and then you make plans to see each other again, So.
Exactly. And we're, like I've said many times, we are hoping that the Oshkosh Food Co-op becomes sort of the community's kitchen table, so that people, when they head to the store, they know I'm gonna see people that I like. And we have one of our mentors who we're working with says that some of their member owners in the co-op will spend a few hours shopping, and that's because they see people and they stop and have a cup of coffee, catch up, that kind of thing. So we're hoping the co-op can become that kind of space here in Oshkosh for people in Northeast Wisconsin as well. Deb Sommerhalder from Inner Sun Yoga, thank you so much for joining us today. Fascinating to learn a little bit more about aerial yoga and the sound therapy that you offer at your yoga studio. We really appreciate you taking time to talk with us.
Thank you.
Next up, we are going to talk with Ryan Rasmussen, who is at Caramel Crisp today. He's going to talk with member owner Shonda Anderson. And I would be remiss before we went to Ryan if I didn't tell you that if you join this hour, so between now and 3 p.m., we are giving away, among the things that you can earn is a $10 gift card to Caramel Crisp. So we hope that you will consider making this the time that you join the Oshkosh Food Co-op. If you want to do that right now, you can do that at oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. Again, becoming a member owner, it's $180. You can pay it. It's a one-time fee. You can pay it all at once, or you can pay it over 18 months in $11 monthly payments. So very accessible. We have welcomed some new members to the co-op today. We have 1,351 member owners, welcoming Emily, Joy, Katie, Jean, Andy, and Ann. If you'd like to get your name up on our new member board, please, oshkoshfoodcoop.com/join. You can help us bring Oshkosh and Northeast Wisconsin's first food co-op to this area. So we're really delighted to have you watching today. Thank you so much. If you want to show a little love for Deb Sommerhalder, who just joined us from Inner Sun Yoga, hit that little heart or thumbs up button. If you haven't yet shared our feed on your Facebook page, we'd love it if you would. Part of the purpose of live streaming this weekend and introducing you to so many of our member owners is to help build awareness of the local growers, local producers, and member owners who are really passionate about bringing a community-owned grocery store to Oshkosh's Central City. Next up, Ryan Rasmussen is down at Caramel Crisp Cafe with member owner Shonda Anderson, and I am so excited about this segment. I bet your mouth is already watering, Ryan. Is that true?
Brenda, I got to tell you, this is going to be the best segment yet because we are at Caramel Crisp. It smells absolutely amazing here. I can't tell you, the sights, the sounds, the smells, all the goodies. Hopefully we'll get to the show and eat some of those today. This is going to be a fun segment, so don't get too jealous back there.
I'll try to keep it in rain.
All right, excellent. Well, like I said, we are in downtown Oshkosh, and we are at the Caramel Crisp Corner, and I am joined with Shonda Anderson, member owner number 690. So give it up for number 690. And so we are here to talk a little bit about the Caramel Crisp. So can you tell us a little bit about the store?
Caramel Crisp was actually a popcorn shop since 1933. I always kind of joke, like, don't I look good for 87?
And you do.
Yeah, I've held it together pretty well. But anyway, it was originally a popcorn shop next to the theater on Main Street, which was originally on the west side of Main Street, and in like the 50s, they moved it to the side that most people older than you remember it, on the east side. My mom had bought it in the late 80s, and it closed around the year 2000, 2001, and it was closed up until the time I took it over, which was in 2007. At the time I took it over, I brought it to the city center, and I expanded it from a popcorn shop to sweet treats, let's say. And in addition to sweet treats, you have to have some food,
Of course.
So we added the cafe, and then just to continue down the story, I guess, I really wanted to do, I should stop touching that. I really wanted to do a cookie basket shop because I love making cookies. So what I did is I brought my cookies to Caramel Crisp, and we expanded and did the cookies. And now actually we're known for the little popcorn shop and the best cookies ever. And I can tell you that Brenda, for one, can tell you that we really do have the best cookies ever.
I'm sure she would absolutely agree with you, and I'd say I will as well. I'm a regular shopper here as well. I love the caramel corn. I love all the different flavors of popcorn.
Thank you.
We'll get to talk a little bit about that as well. But the cookies, by far, folks, if you haven't had it, and if you haven't come down here to try some of the food, please make sure you do. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you have here. You talked about cookies, you have something about popcorn. What are some of the other things that you have in the store?
What do we not have? Let's start there. No, as the years went on and different things had happened, we had a bookstore next to us, and that just didn't work out for her. And so I had taken over that space, and we expanded our gift shop, and we carry a lot of local items, Oshkosh this and Wisconsin that. And then in addition, we have some, gifty items, Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. And then when the bookstore did close, I took and I made a toy store because I just felt like it was something Oshkosh needed, especially in downtown. And so I have a toy store. And now, thanks to COVID, COVID has allowed me to do a pop-up bookstore because the dining room that the bookstore is in I couldn't socially distance appropriately. So we did a pop-up bookstore. So we'll have a pop-up bookstore for the next year. And hopefully people will embrace it and I can keep it forever because I love it.
Awesome, awesome. Well, I'm glad you brought up COVID because obviously COVID is something that's affected all small businesses and all businesses really. What are some of the things that you've done here to kind of help prepare for COVID, make sure people are safe, and what can they expect when they come in?
My staff has been in masks since March. So we've all been, very, very safe with that. That is just something we did. We socially distanced our tables even further. And then my decor in the dining room has always been French doors. And now I just put in more doors. So every table is divided by a set of doors or a big plant or whatever. So you can go in there and you're completely safe. And now with the 25%, we actually are well below the 25%. We don't have a problem because of the amount of space we do have. We also extended our dining room further out to allow for more seating. Less seating than normal, non-COVID, but more seating than we had right after Safer at Home. In addition, we have the patio and the patio heaters. And I can tell you that the patio was full this morning, and I have another patio heater coming because the patio heaters were in use.
Awesome. Excellent.
Even on this beautiful day.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's great. And I'm sure you probably have a lot of traffic coming from the farmers markets that come on Saturday. And I'm sure being able to sit out in the patio is something everybody's looking for. And great that you have heaters. So as it starts to get a little colder, we know Wisconsin winters, there's going to be a way to sit outside.
I tell the customers, like, I'll be out here with a hairdryer melting the snow. Just come. The thing that we have to do is we just have to survive till March is my theory. And Caramel Crisp will survive. Sure. I don't have any fear. Oh, Pete is starting the batch. Now we're going to want to tape this.
Excellent.
Now he just put in the butter. Pete is making caramel corn, which is the claim to fame of Caramel Crisp. And now we can't do too much there because you're going to see the secret ingredients, right? No, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. It's the same recipe since 1933, made in the copper kettles, just like it was back in the day. And it's handmade by, I call them my Carmelitas. Pete is a production specialist. We give him that special title. But so he's just about ready he's checking to make sure that we get a smoke on the second after adding that batch of ingredients. So now you'll see that the smoke is starting. We turn the heat off and he's going to add salt, stir, it's going to blow up. Okay, it's going to get bigger. Sorry. And then he's going to add the popcorn. And stir. Now you have to be very careful to stir because you don't want to break the popcorn, but you also have to stir really fast because this technically is a candy coating and it's in a hard crack stage. So while it's cooling, it's going to start to get hard is what happens. So he has to stir very quickly to get the popcorn coated, and then he will slam it out onto the cooling table. So that will be a little bit loud. Don't jump.
Excellent. And we were talking a little bit. We did have to start this process a little earlier than when we started. About how long does it take from start to finish to make this caramel corn?
20 minutes.
Okay, so 20 minutes start to finish.
And since we make all of our caramel corn by hand, we don't cheat and use the new, I don't know. There's a lot of places that just don't make it the old-fashioned way. You can produce a lot more, but in my opinion, it doesn't taste as good. Because we do use all natural ingredients. If it wasn't around in 1933, we don't use it now. So there's the batch. Now he has to spread it out so it cools. And then it will cool into kind of like in chunks. Okay. And then we have to break it up so we can bag it. But we always start with the biggest bag first so you get the biggest chunks. Because everyone in the world thinks a chunk of caramel corn has more caramel on it. They're actually wrong. Okay. It has the least amount, but that's what they think. So then when we bag it, we'll put it in the largest bag and then go to the smallest bag. Each batch makes about 4.5 pounds. Okay. And we make caramel corn all day long. Okay. At Christmas time, Pete lives here. And he works about 12 hours a day. And I'm fortunate because his real job, which is at the library, allows him to be here.
Excellent.
And if I didn't have my production specialist, it would be a challenging Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I hope you're going to save the spoon. Who's the official spoon licker after it's all done?
I can tell you that licking that spoon will, burn your tongue. I mean, it's very, very hot. So
Sure.
you may want to avoid that.
We may avoid that. All right, that sounds good.
But yeah, it's more like gnawing on it because again, I said like it's a hard crack, so it's like hard candy. It's not like gooey caramel.
Sure, sure. So how much popcorn do you think you sell in an entire year? Just a rough estimate.
Why would you ask that?
I don't know. Well, because the people want to know.
You think that I know something like that?
Well, I was just going to say lots and lots of popcorn.
I'm just a business person. I don't actually know. I can tell you that at Christmas time, which fourth quarter is the biggest time of year for caramel corn.
Sure.
And during fourth quarter and during Christmas time, we go through roughly 2 bags or 100 pounds of popcorn kernels a day.
Holy cow.
So, but that's all of it. Like I could dive into the numbers and get the specific thing, but I wasn't told you were going to ask
Well,
that.
it's just on the cuff, you know?
So, I don't know. That's why, how many cookies do you sell? 100 pounds a day.
100 pounds a day. You heard it here, folks. That's a lot of popcorn. So let's talk a little bit about your involvement with the food co-op. Why did you get involved with the co-op?
Because Brenda Haynes threatened me.
Perfect. Well, that's one way to get members.
No, honestly, sorry, Brenda. Honestly, if anyone who knows me, I'm very, very involved locally. Like, we don't even eat outside of Oshkosh. That's how involved I am locally. So now that's kind of like a double whammy, right?
Yeah.
So it's a local co-op with local people selling their stuff in it. So to me, that's just like, if I'm going to go get bread, I'm going to get, Thunderbird Bakery bread at the co-op. If I'm going to get, I don't know, eggs or something, whatever. So that just to me is like the kind of like a double dipping in reverse.
Sure.
Because it's just putting more money into our local economy.
Absolutely.
Because that's what I want to see. I want to see our economy. I want to see Oshkosh thrive. And I think because it's the only food co-op in this area, immediate area. I think there's one down in Madison. Anyway, Brenda would know. Anyway, I think that we're going to even get a lot of people from outside this area spending money locally and putting money into the food co-op, which puts money into the people's pockets who are in the food co-op, right?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
So
absolutely.
I'm pretty excited about it. I'm anxious. I'm anxious to shop it. So I'm pretty excited about that.
I think we all are excited for Hilton as well, too. A couple final things. Obviously, part of this weekend is not only grow awareness of the food co-op, but also to reach some of those potential non-members that are looking to join. What would you say for those folks? If they're on the fence about wanting to join or not join, what would you tell them? Why do you think it'd be a good idea to join the food co-op?
Why wouldn't you? I'll give you a cookie, all right? you join, come here, proof of whatever, and I'll give you a cookie. I mean, I don't know why anyone wouldn't want to invest in their own community. And your own community can be the Fox Valley or whatever. I just don't understand why anyone would be reluctant to do that. That to me seems like that's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree.
Mhm.
Last thing on the caramel corn, last step, we would just put it in bags, right? And it would head on out.
Yeah, we'll take it and it has to get broke up. See how it's one big sheet? So now we would take it and we have to break it off so it can fit into a bag.
Excellent. And what about your hours, Shonda? If people are looking to come down and they haven't been here before?
Monday through Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Saturdays 8 to 6 and Sundays 9 to 4. We do deliver online ordering, curbside pickup and pickup, regular pickup. CamelChrisCorner.com. Like I said, online ordering. It's the new thing. We all do it.
Absolutely. All right. And with that, we will probably send it back to Brenda. Shauna, thank you so much for being with us today.
Brenda's there. No, I'm just kidding.
Brenda is there. Yes, she is back at the headquarters. She's doing a great job with all this. But thank you for being part of this today. And certainly thank you for showing us how to make caramel corn. If you haven't come down to Caramel Crisp, please make sure that you do, whether it's today or in the future. Make sure you grab some of this delicious caramel corn or any of the other sweets and treats that they have here. Between the cookies, the pies, I see some caramel apples over here. Or check out the retail shop with some of the books and some of the other items that are here for sale. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I would love the support in the bookshop because I really want to keep it.
Absolutely.
I really do.
It sounds like
love
a great deal.
Oh my gosh, my mouth is watering, and Shonda made me laugh out loud multiple times. What a great segment. Thank you so much for showing us the caramel popcorn making process. Absolutely amazing. And can't wait to check that out. And I have to give a shout out to Ryan Rasmussen as well. Ryan is an adjunct board member with the Oshkosh Food Co-op this year through the Leadership Oshkosh program. And he has jumped in feet first, not only to our board meetings and participating actively, but helping us out as a field reporter today. So Ryan, thank you so much for your help, and to Nicole as well for helping us out with Co-op Grow Up Live. We appreciate it. You did a
No
great
problem,
job.
Brenda. Thank you so much. And when I get assignments where I can come and try some caramel corn, it's an easy thing to do. So thank you so much.
Well, perfect. Enjoy. Thank you. If you are just joining us, we have a special offer for anyone who is joining this hour and becoming a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. We would love to be able to not only give you your standard member owner card, but also send you home with, or bring to your house and drop off for you, a $10 gift card to Caramel Crisp. So if that caramel popcorn had your mouth watering and you're thinking, oh, I could go for some of that, becoming a member owner today of the Oshkosh Food Co-op not only helps make that project happen, but helps put a $10 Caramel Crisp gift card in your hands. So we'd love to welcome you. And I am delighted to say that we will welcome Bruce P. and add his name to our new member board. We've already welcomed 7 now new members of the Oshkosh Food Co-op since this morning. So thank you. We're so glad to have you as member owners. Emily, Joy, Katie, Jean, Andy, and Bruce. Thank you and welcome aboard. It's a pleasure to have you as our member owners. For those of you who might be less familiar with the project, becoming a member owner means purchasing an ownership share in the Oshkosh Food Co-op, which will be a community-owned grocery store located at the corner of Jackson Street and Pearl Avenue. Now, the building that we'll be located in is the Brio building, and it is going to be a newly constructed building. If you've driven down Jackson Street lately, you may have even seen the building going up. I think we have a rendering of it that we can put on the screen. The building itself and the co-op will be located on that first floor retail space. So we're planning about a 4,500 square foot store, about 1,500 square feet of back office shipping, renting out. That will be the space that we are using to grow into eventually. So we will be leasing that space, and the building is under construction right now. We expect to move into our space within the work to begin on our space in April of next year. And the construction build will take place between April and July. And then we will have to, put up the shelves, stock the shelves, get the staff hired, get the staff trained. So we plan to open in 2021, sometime late summer, early fall of 2021. That is our current plan. So you can become a member owner, and you can help us make this project happen by becoming a member owner of the Oshkosh Food Co-op. And to do that, you can visit our